I pretended to forget everything, just to teach them what that feels like. I'm 82 years old, and 2 years ago my daughter Linda, 54, and her husband Mark, 56, convinced me to move in with them after my wife passed. They said it would be easier, that I shouldn't be alone. My grandson Tyler, 28, lives there too, still hasn't moved out, still doesn't have a real job. At the time, I thought they were being kind. I thought they actually cared. The first 6 months were fine. Linda cooked, we ate dinner together, she'd ask about my day. But then I noticed my bank statements didn't look right. Small withdrawals I didn't make. When I asked Linda about it, she got defensive, said I must have forgotten. Mark just looked at his phone and didn't say anything. That's when the word started. Senile. Linda would say it to Mark when they thought I was napping in the living room. Dad's getting senile. We need to keep an eye on the accounts. Like I was already gone, like I couldn't hear them talking about me. 3 months ago, things got worse. I asked why my pension check seemed smaller than usual, and Tyler actually laughed at me. He said, "Gramps, you probably already spent it and forgot." Mark nodded along like Tyler had said something reasonable. Linda just sighed like I was exhausting her, like asking about my own money was some kind of burden on them. I started keeping notes after that. Every withdrawal I didn't authorize, every snide comment, every time they talked about me in the third person while I sat right there at the dinner table. I kept everything in a notebook I hid in my sock drawer. The breaking point came on a Tuesday morning about 2 months ago. I was having breakfast and asked where my savings account statements were because I hadn't seen one in a while. Tyler rolled his eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. He said, "You'll probably forget your own name soon, old man. Maybe we should just handle everything for you." Linda didn't defend me. She didn't tell him to show some respect or apologize. She just said, "Tyler, don't be rude." But she was smiling when she said it. Like it was funny. Like watching me fade away was some kind of joke they were all in on together. That's when I knew. They weren't taking care of me out of love or duty. They were waiting me out. Waiting for me to get confused enough that they could take everything without me noticing or caring. I went back to my room and called my lawyer, Robert, who'd handled my affairs for 30 years. I told him everything that had been happening. He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Let me look into this, and don't do anything yet." But sitting there in my room, listening to them laugh in the kitchen about something, I realized I was done waiting. I was done being treated like a ghost in my own life. They wanted to see a confused old man who couldn't remember anything? Fine. I'd give them exactly what they wanted. And while they were busy laughing at me, I'd make sure they'd never forget what they'd done. The next morning, I started my performance. I left my coffee cup in the bathroom. I asked Linda what day it was twice in 1 hour. I stared at the TV remote like I'd never seen one before, pressing random buttons with this confused look on my face. Tyler noticed first. He nudged Mark and said, "See? I told you. He's losing it." Mark just nodded and went back to his phone. Over the next few weeks, I escalated things. I left the stove on once, just a little. Not enough to be dangerous, but enough for Linda to find it and panic. I called Mark Richard 3 times in 1 day and acted confused when he corrected me. The best performance was when I asked about my wife like she was still alive, wondering out loud when she'd be home from the store. Then I'd remember she'd passed and get all teary. Linda actually hugged me that time, but I could see her exchanging looks with Mark over my shoulder. They ate it up. Every single act. Twice a week, I told them I had doctor's appointments. Linda never offered to drive me, just reminded me to take my wallet and my insurance card. What she didn't know was that I was meeting with Robert at his office downtown. We'd sit in his conference room and go over everything. The house was still in my name. They'd been pressuring me to sign it over for months, saying it would make things easier when I was gone, but I'd kept stalling. Robert helped me open a new bank account at a completely different bank across town. We redirected my pension payments there starting the first of the month. The old account they'd been skimming from? I left just enough in it each month to keep them from getting suspicious, but nothing more. Then we updated my will. Every cent, every asset, the house, everything goes to St. Anthony's Home for Children. That's the orphanage that took me in when I was 7 years old and had nowhere else to go after my parents died. They gave me a chance at life. Linda, Mark, and Tyler would get nothing. Back at home, they stopped pretending to respect me at all. Linda talked to Mark right in front of me about making decisions for me, like I was a piece of furniture. Tyler brought up nursing homes one night at dinner. He said, "The cheaper ones aren't that bad, Gramps. Lots of people your age go there." He was scrolling through his phone while he said it, didn't even look up. I just nodded and smiled, playing the confused old man who didn't understand what was happening. One night I couldn't sleep and heard them in the kitchen around midnight. Linda was crying, saying they were running out of money and the credit cards were maxed out. Mark said, "Just wait. Once he signs the house over, we can refinance it, or just sell it outright and split the cash." Tyler asked how much they thought they could get for it. They talked about me like I was already dead and buried. I went back to my room and emailed Robert. I told him I was ready to move forward with everything. He said he'd have the papers ready by the end of the week. On Thursday morning at 5 a.m., I packed a small bag with some clothes and my important documents. I left a note on the kitchen table that said, "Went for a walk. Need some air." Then I walked 3 blocks to where Robert was waiting in his car, and he drove me to my new home. Robert drove me to Meadowbrook Assisted Living, a place I'd toured and paid the deposit for a month earlier. Nice private room, staff that actually treated residents like human beings, people who wanted residents there instead of just wanting their money. By 8 that morning, Linda was calling my phone. I didn't answer. By 10, she'd called the police to report me missing. I wasn't missing. I was exactly where I wanted to be. 5 days later, Linda got a certified letter from Robert's office. I wasn't there to see her face when she opened it, but Robert called me right after she phoned him screaming. He said she was hysterical, yelling about how this couldn't be legal, how I was senile and didn't know what I was doing. The letter explained everything. The house was still in my name, and they had 30 days to vacate. My pension and savings had been moved to accounts they had no access to. My will had been updated with everything going to St. Anthony's, and if they wanted to contest any of it, Robert had documentation of every unauthorized withdrawal they'd made from my accounts over the past 2 years. Bank records, timestamps, everything. Robert said Linda kept repeating that I was senile, that I couldn't make these decisions. He told her, "Ma'am, your father is sharper than you think, and we have everything in writing and notarized." She hung up on him. It's been 3 weeks now. I'm still at Meadowbrook, and honestly, it's peaceful. I play cards with other residents on Tuesday nights. I read without someone commenting on whether I'm holding the book upside down. I take walks around the grounds without anyone making me feel like I'm one step away from the grave. The food isn't great, but it's consistent, and nobody's stealing from me. Linda has called twice. I let both calls go to voicemail. The first message, she was angry, saying I had no right to do this to them, threatening to get lawyers involved and fight everything. The second message came a week later. She was crying, saying I'd ruined her life, that they had nowhere to go, that I was being cruel. She said she was my daughter, and I owed her more than this. Funny how she forgot that she already ruined mine by treating me like I was already dead. Tyler sent me one text message. All it said was, "You're a selfish old man." I blocked his number after that. Mark hasn't reached out at all, which honestly doesn't surprise me. He never said much to begin with. The orphanage called me last week. The director said they were honored and grateful for the donation in my will, and asked if I'd like to come visit sometime. maybe talk to some of the kids. I told her yes. I'm going next month. I've been thinking a lot about everything that happened, about whether I should feel guilty for deceiving them, for letting them think I was losing my mind while I planned my escape. Some of the other residents here think I was too harsh. One woman said, "Family is family, and you should always forgive." But they thought I was losing my memory. Turns out I was just done remembering people who forgot how to love me. They wanted me gone so badly that they couldn't even pretend to care anymore. And now they're finding out what it actually feels like to lose something. All I wanted was family, but they wanted my house instead. I'm 83 years old, and I've been dealing with some serious issues with my daughter Linda, 56, and her husband Mark, 58. After my husband Robert died 2 years ago, I thought I'd be completely alone. We'd been married for 56 years, and suddenly half of me was just gone. I figured I'd spend whatever time I had left by myself in our little lake house, living off memories and Social Security checks. But then Linda started showing up. I need to give you some context here because Linda and I have never been close. Not when she was a kid, not when she was a teenager, definitely not as adults. We fought about everything when she was growing up. She thought I was too strict. I thought she was too wild. She moved out the second she turned 19, married Mark at 22, and for the next 34 years, our relationship consisted of obligatory birthday cards and awkward Christmas dinners where we'd run out of things to say after 20 minutes. When Robert died, I didn't expect much from her. She came to the funeral, stayed for an hour at the reception, and that was it. That was our relationship. So when she started showing up every Sunday with groceries, I was suspicious at first. But grief does weird things to people, and I thought maybe losing her father had changed something in her. Maybe it had made her realize life's too short to hold grudges. I wanted to believe that. The visits were nice, I'm not going to lie. She'd bring fresh produce, sometimes a rotisserie chicken or a casserole. Mark would come in and fix things around the house without me even asking. A loose cabinet hinge here, a dripping faucet there. They'd stay for coffee, and Linda would actually talk to me like I was a person, not just her annoying mother. She'd tell me about her job at the insurance company, about her friends, about this Netflix show she was watching. Normal stuff. Mother-daughter stuff we'd never really done before. This went on for about 6 months. I started looking forward to Sundays. I'd actually clean the house on Saturday nights, make sure I had decent coffee, sometimes bake something. I thought we were finally building the relationship we should have had all along. Our house isn't anything fancy. Robert and I bought it 40 years ago when this area was just regular middle-class neighborhoods. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a porch that creaks when you step on it. But it sits right on the lake with a nice view, and over the years the whole area changed. Property values went up. Developers started buying up lots. Real estate agents left their cards in my mailbox constantly. The neighbor 2 houses down sold last year for some ridiculous amount. I never paid attention to that stuff because this was my home, not an investment. The first time Linda brought it up, we were sitting on the porch watching the sunset. It was a Sunday in late spring. Everything was green and peaceful. She said something like, "Mom, have you thought about what would happen to this place if something happened to you?" I told her I had a will. Everything was handled. She said that was good, but wills have to go through probate, and that can take months and cost a lot of money. Mark jumped in and started talking about life estate deeds and how if I transferred the property to Linda now but kept the right to live here until I died, it would save everyone a lot of hassle and legal fees. I said I'd think about it. It seemed reasonable at the time. I mean, Linda's my only child. Who else would I leave it to? The next Sunday, they brought paperwork. Actual legal documents, already filled out, just needing my signature. Linda said there was no pressure, but maybe I should just sign now while we were all together and thinking about it. Mark said his buddy, who's a notary, could come by that afternoon to make it official. Something about it felt rushed. I told them I wanted my own lawyer to look at everything first, make sure I understood what I was signing. Linda's smile got a little tight, but she said that was fine. That was smart. Take all the time I needed. That was the last normal Sunday we had. The visits started spacing out after that. Every other week instead of weekly. Then once a month. Then they'd cancel last minute. I'd call Linda and get voicemail. She'd text back hours later saying she was swamped at work, or Mark wasn't feeling well, or they had plans they forgot about. My birthday came in October. I turned 83 alone with a grocery store cake and a TV dinner. No card, no call, nothing. I tried not to feel hurt, but I did. When you're old and you only have one person in the world, their silence is loud. Then in November, I got a letter from my bank about a refinancing application on my property. A refinancing application I never submitted. I called the bank immediately. I told them I hadn't applied to refinance anything, that there must be some mistake. The representative put me on hold for what felt like forever, and when she came back, she sounded confused. She said someone had definitely submitted an application in my name, complete with my social security number, copies of my driver's license and other IDs, and my signature on all the documents. The only reason they flagged it was because the phone number on the application didn't match the one they had on file for me. I felt sick. I knew exactly who had done it. Linda had taken photos of all my important documents months earlier. She said she was helping me get organized, that I should have copies of everything in case of emergency. I'd watched her take pictures of my driver's license, my social security card, my Medicare cards. I thought she was being helpful. I thought she cared. I sat there at my kitchen table with the phone in my hand, and I realized how stupid I'd been. The weekly visits, the groceries, the fixing things around the house, the sudden interest in my life after decades of barely speaking, none of it was real. She was setting me up, getting access to my documents, building a paper trail of helping me out, probably planning to claim I was incompetent or couldn't manage my own affairs. I called her. My hands were shaking while I dialed. She actually answered this time, which was surprising since she'd been avoiding my calls for weeks. She sounded fake cheerful, asking how I was, saying she'd been meaning to call. I didn't let her finish. I asked her directly if she'd tried to refinance my house. There was this long silence on the other end. Then she said no. Why would I think that? What was I talking about? I told her the bank had called me, that they had an application with my forged signature. More silence. Then her whole voice changed. It got hard and angry. She said she was trying to help me, that the house was too much for me to handle, that I couldn't maintain it properly. She said I was going to lose it anyway when I couldn't afford the taxes or the repairs, and she was trying to secure my future. I asked her how committing fraud was securing my future. She actually yelled at me then, said she was being practical, that I was sitting on almost $1 million in property value, and I was going to let the state take it, or some nursing home, and she was just trying to protect what was rightfully hers. Rightfully hers. Not mine. Hers. I hung up on her. I didn't yell, didn't cry, just pressed the end button and sat there in my kitchen. The same kitchen where Robert proposed to me 58 years ago, where we'd had every holiday dinner, where Linda took her first steps, where we'd celebrated every birthday and anniversary. And my daughter had just told me my home was rightfully hers. That's when I understood. Linda didn't love me. Maybe she never had. She loved my house. Or more specifically, she loved what my house was worth. I was just the inconvenient obstacle between her and a 7-figure payday. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about all those Sundays, how happy I'd been, how grateful. I'd actually thanked her for spending time with me. I'd felt lucky that my daughter was finally in my life, and the whole time she was just waiting for me to sign papers or die or become incompetent enough that she could take control. The next morning I called Thomas, my lawyer. I've known him for 30 years. He handled the closing when Robert and I bought the house, did our wills, helped us with various legal things over the years. When I walked into his office, he took one look at my face and asked what happened. I told him everything. The visits, the pressure to transfer the deed, the sudden abandonment, the forged refinancing application. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he was quiet for a minute. Then he asked me what I wanted to do. I said I wanted to make sure Linda never got the house. Not when I died, not if I got sick, not ever. I wanted it to go somewhere it would actually help people, not fund my daughter's retirement or whatever she was planning. Thomas said he could make that happen. He asked if I was sure, if I wanted to take a few days to think about it. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. We started drawing up new documents that afternoon. Thomas explained everything carefully, made sure I understood exactly what I was doing. I was donating the house to the Lakeside Women's Foundation, a charity that builds and maintains affordable housing for widows and single mothers. I'd live here for the rest of my life, and when I died, they'd either use it as housing or sell it to fund more projects. Linda would get some personal items and $5,000. That was it. I signed everything. It felt like the first thing I'd done right in months. Thomas had all the documents ready within a week. Everything was set up as an irrevocable trust, which meant I couldn't change my mind later even if I wanted to. The house would go to the Lakeside Women's Foundation when I died. I could live here for the rest of my life, pay the bills, maintain it. Everything would stay exactly the same. But Linda couldn't touch it, couldn't contest it, couldn't forge anything or claim incompetence or pull any other schemes. It was done. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured Linda would find out eventually, maybe when I died and the will was read, and that would be that. But 6 weeks after I signed everything, her car pulled up in my driveway. I was in the garden pulling weeds when I heard it. I looked up and there she was, getting out with this concerned smile on her face, carrying a casserole dish like nothing had ever happened. She called out that she'd been so worried about me, that I hadn't been answering my phone. Which was a lie. My phone worked fine. She just hadn't been calling. I let her in anyway, made tea, sat across from her at the kitchen table and let her talk. She went on about how busy work had been, how stressful everything was, how she and Mark had been meaning to visit but time just got away from them. She was working up to something. I could tell by the way she kept fidgeting with her mug. Finally, she brought it up, said we should talk about that misunderstanding with the bank, that maybe it was time to discuss my long-term plans. She'd been looking into assisted living facilities, really nice ones, places where I'd be taken care of and wouldn't have to worry about maintaining the house anymore. I just looked at her. This woman who'd forged my signature, who'd tried to steal my home, sitting in my kitchen, pretending to care about my well-being. And I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, just nothing. I told her I'd already made my long-term plans, that everything was settled and taken care of. Her face lit up. She asked if I'd talked to an estate lawyer, and I could see her thinking she'd won, that I'd signed the papers she wanted. I let her think it for about 5 seconds. Then I told her the house was going to the Lakeside Women's Foundation when I died. I watched her face go through these changes. Confusion first, like she didn't understand the words. Then disbelief, like maybe she'd heard wrong. Then this anger that made her look like someone I didn't even know. She asked if I'd given our house to strangers. Our house. Like she'd paid a single mortgage payment, like she'd lived here, like it was hers. I told her I'd given my house to people who needed it, and who wouldn't forge my signature. She stood up so fast her chair fell over backward, started yelling about how spiteful I was, how much money I'd just thrown away, how that was her inheritance. I stayed sitting, told her calmly that it was my home, not her inheritance, and if she wanted it more than she wanted me, now she'd have neither. She left, didn't even pick up her chair, just stormed out and drove away. Mark called that night screaming about lawyers and undue influence and how they were going to get the trust overturned. I didn't argue with him, just hung up and called Thomas. He assured me the documents were solid, that there was nothing they could do. That was 3 months ago. I haven't heard from either of them since. The Women's Foundation sends me updates about their projects. Last week, they sent me a newsletter with a story about a widow named Maria, who moved into one of their homes with her 2 kids. She'd been living in her car after her husband died, and she lost their apartment. Now her kids have their own bedroom, and she's got a stable place to rebuild her life. There was a photo of the 3 of them smiling in front of their new place. I put that photo on my refrigerator. There used to be Linda's drawings up there, from when she was little. Crayon pictures of our family, stick figures holding hands. I took those down years ago, but I remember where they used to hang. The new photo is in the same spot. I'm 83 years old. I don't know how much time I have left. Could be months or years. But I'll spend it here in my house, the one Robert and I built a life in. And I'll know that after I'm gone, it'll help someone who actually needs it. Someone who'll be grateful for a safe place to live, instead of just seeing dollar signs. Sometimes I think about what I'd do if Linda showed up tomorrow genuinely apologizing. If she cried and said she was sorry and that she'd been terrible and just wanted her mom back. I don't know if I'd believe her. I don't know if I'd even want to. Some things you can't come back from, and trying to steal your mother's home while she's still living in it might be one of those things, before they realized what they lost. I'm a 78-year-old grandmother. My husband passed 10 years ago, and back then, I thought losing him would be the hardest thing I'd ever face. Turns out I was wrong about that. After he died, I spent about a year just going through the motions. The house felt too big, too quiet. My son started coming around more often during that time. He'd check on me, help with things around the house, take me to doctor's appointments. It felt good to have him there. Made me feel less alone. Then he started bringing up the house. How it was too much for me to maintain. How the stairs were dangerous. How I shouldn't be living alone at my age. He had this way of making it all sound like concern, like he was just worried about his mother. Looking back now, I see it for what it really was. He suggested I sell the place and move into something smaller, closer to him. Said he'd help me find a nice apartment, that we could have weekly dinners, that he'd be right there if I needed anything. The way he talked about it, it sounded perfect. I'd be near family. I wouldn't be so isolated. He promised he'd take care of me. So I agreed. The house had been mine and my husband's for 45 years. Every room had a memory. But what's the point of memories when you're sitting in them alone, right? I thought being closer to my son and his family would give me something to look forward to. He handled everything with the sale, said it would be easier that way, that real estate transactions were complicated and I didn't need the stress. I trusted him. Why wouldn't I? He's my son. I signed whatever papers he put in front of me. He said not to worry about the details, that he had it all under control. The house sold for $340,000. I moved into a small apartment about 15 minutes from his place. I was actually excited at first. I kept thinking about those weekly dinners he'd promised, about being part of the family again. The first week, he didn't visit, said he was busy with work. The second week, same thing. A month in, he stopped by once. He seemed distracted the whole time, kept checking his phone. After that, the visits just stopped. I'd call and get voicemail. I'd text and get one-word responses, if I got anything at all. 3 months went by like that. Then came Christmas. I'd never spent Christmas alone in my entire life. I decorated the apartment a little, made a small dinner for myself, and waited. I thought maybe he'd surprise me. The phone never rang. Nobody knocked on my door. I just sat there in the silence. That's when I started going through my paperwork. Couldn't sleep much anyway, and I needed something to do. I was looking at bank statements, trying to make sense of my finances. The house had sold months ago, but I couldn't find any record of the money in my account. Nothing. Just my Social Security deposits and my small pension. I called the title company. Took me 3 tries to get someone who would actually look into it. When she came back on the line, she told me the money from the sale had gone directly into my son's account. I sat there holding the phone for a long time after she hung up. Then I called him. He answered on the 4th ring. When I asked him about the money, he didn't even sound worried. He just said it was more efficient this way, that he was managing it for me. I asked him to send me an accounting. He said he would. Nothing came. Weeks passed. I called again. He got defensive, irritated, said I didn't understand how these things worked. That's when I understood. He didn't want to take care of me. He wanted to take care of himself. My husband used to play chess. He'd sit at the kitchen table for hours, thinking through his moves. He always said the key to winning wasn't aggression, it was patience. Wait for your opponent to make a mistake, then strike. I never thought I'd need that lesson, but there I was at 78, learning to play the long game. I started researching. The library has computers, and the staff there helped me figure out how to search for what I needed. That's where I found the term elder financial abuse. Turns out there are laws about this kind of thing, actual laws. I found a financial advisor through the senior center. Nice woman, maybe in her 50s. I brought her everything I had. Bank statements, real estate documents, emails, text messages. She went through it all, and when she looked up at me, I knew she believed me. She said we could build a case. So that's what we did. We spent weeks going through every detail. The bank transfer records showing the $340,000 going into his account. The papers I'd signed that I didn't fully understand at the time. The text messages where he'd promised to take care of my finances, even the record of his 2 visits over 6 months, including the one where he'd complained about gas prices the whole time. The file we built was 3 inches thick. Then he showed up out of nowhere on a Tuesday afternoon, just knocked on my door like nothing was wrong. I looked out the window first and saw it. A brand new truck in the parking lot. Black, shiny, one of those expensive ones. He was wearing a watch I'd never seen before, too. He came in, gave me a hug, acted like everything was fine. Made excuses about being busy, about how life gets crazy. Said he'd try to visit more often. I made him coffee. I smiled. I asked about his family. And the whole time I watched him sit there and lie to my face. He left after 40 minutes, said he'd see me soon. I knew he wouldn't. 2 days later, I met with an attorney who specialized in elder abuse cases. The financial advisor had recommended her. We filed a report with the authorities. The detective told me these cases were more common than people think. That didn't make me feel better, but at least someone was taking me seriously. The investigation took about 3 weeks. I didn't tell my son anything. Didn't call, didn't text. I just waited. When his accounts got frozen, he called me screaming. I'd never heard him that angry. He wanted to know how I could do this to him, how I could betray him like this. "He's my son," he kept saying, after everything he'd done for me. I let him talk, let him cycle through the rage and the panic and the excuses. He said I didn't understand finances, that this was all a misunderstanding, that he was going to fix it. Then he tried to guilt me, said I was ruining his life. When he finally stopped to breathe, I said it, nice and calm. "You stole from the wrong old woman." He started threatening me then, said he'd fight this, that I'd never see his kids again, that I was making a huge mistake. I hung up on him. The bank repossessed his truck 2 days later. He called 4 more times. I didn't answer. His wife called once too, screaming about how I was destroying their family. I blocked that number too. For the first time in months, I slept through the entire night. I called my daughter the day after I hung up on my son. She lives out of state, about 11 hours away. I told her everything. She didn't ask a lot of questions, didn't need me to justify anything. She just said she'd be there soon. She got in her car that same day, drove straight through. When she walked into my apartment the next morning, she hugged me like I was the one who needed saving. Maybe I was. She helped me pack up that little apartment within a week, said I was coming to live with her, and she wasn't taking no for an answer. Honestly, I didn't want to say no. There was nothing keeping me in that place except proximity to a son who'd already made it clear I didn't matter to him. The move happened fast. By the end of the month, I was living in her guest room, which she'd already started calling my room. Her kids, my grandkids, were so excited to have me there. They're 6 and 9. Every day when they get home from school, they run to me first, like I'm the best thing in their world. We cook dinner together most nights, my daughter and I. She asks me how I used to make things, and I show her. We watch our shows in the evening. I help the kids with their homework. I tuck them in at night and read them stories. This is what I thought I'd have with my son. Turns out I just had the wrong kid in mind. A month after I moved, I met with an estate attorney. I wanted my will updated. The lawyer asked me 3 times if I was sure about the changes. I told her I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. Everything goes to my daughter and her children now. The money I have left, my possessions, whatever's mine when I'm gone, it's all theirs. My son gets nothing. It's written explicitly in the will, so there's no confusion later. The investigation into my son is still ongoing. Last I heard, they're building a case for criminal charges. He's tried to contact me a few times, letters that I return unopened, calls from numbers I don't recognize that I don't answer. My daughter offered to deal with it all for me, but I told her I could handle it. Some of the extended family took his side. My sister called me vindictive, said I was being cruel, that he's still my son, that family is supposed to forgive. I told her she was welcome to give him her money if she felt that strongly about it. She hasn't called since. But most people, when they hear the whole story, they get it. They understand. I'm 78 years old. I've buried a husband, raised 2 children, and survived things these kids can't imagine. People think when you get old, you get soft. They think you'll just accept whatever scraps they throw your way, that you're too tired or too confused to fight back. My son made his choice when he put my money in his account, when he stopped visiting, when he left me alone on Christmas. I made mine when I picked up the phone and called that attorney. I'm not done living yet. I'm just done being used. Every morning I wake up in my daughter's house. I hear those kids laughing in the kitchen. My daughter brings me coffee. We make plans for the day. And I remember that family isn't about blood. It's about who shows up. And I'm finally surrounded by people who actually want me here. Burying the will. They tried to steal. I'm an 82-year-old grandfather, dealing with my daughter Claire, 54, and her husband Tom, 52. My wife died 5 years ago, and honestly, that broke something in me. The only thing that kept me going was knowing I could leave something behind for my grandkids. Emma, 16, and Michael, 14. Not their parents. Never their parents. Claire and Tom have always treated me like I'm some burden they're waiting to be rid of. About 6 months ago, everything changed. Claire suddenly started showing up at my house more often. She'd bring casseroles, smile way too wide, ask how I was feeling with this fake, concerned voice. I wasn't born yesterday. I knew exactly what she was doing. The questions started innocent enough, asking if I needed help with paperwork, if my affairs were in order, that kind of thing. But then she got more direct. Where did I keep important documents? Had I updated my will recently? Did I need help organizing things? My health had been declining, heart condition, trouble getting around, and the worse I got, the more she visited, the more she asked. I'm not senile. I see exactly what's happening. 2 months ago, on a Tuesday afternoon, I caught her. I was in my recliner, pretending to nap, because something felt off about her visit that day. I heard her walk past me into my home office. Then I heard the desk drawers opening, papers rustling, her moving things around. I opened my eyes just a crack and watched her go through my files. When she found the folder, she actually whispered, "Yes," under her breath, like she'd won something. She took photos with her phone, then tucked the whole folder into her purse. Then she had the nerve to walk back into the living room and gently wake me up, asking if I needed anything with that same fake smile. I didn't say a word, just pretended to wake up all groggy and told her I was fine. But inside, I knew she'd taken the bait. See, I need to explain what she actually took. 3 months earlier, before my health got really bad, I'd gone to see my lawyer, Frank. He's been handling my stuff for 20 years, and he warned me. Said he'd seen this happen before with families. So we came up with a plan. We created a fake will, one that left everything to Claire. The house, my savings, all of it. That fake will got filed in my desk at home in an obvious spot. The real will, the one that puts everything in trust for Emma and Michael until they turn 25, got filed officially with Frank's office. Notarized, legal, done. After Claire stole that folder, everything changed. She got impatient, started rushing through visits, sighing loudly when I asked for help with something simple. One night I overheard her whispering to Tom in the kitchen that it won't be long now. Like she was waiting for me to just hurry up and die already. Last month my health got worse. I needed more care than I could manage at home. Claire suggested a nursing home real quick, the cheapest one in the area, obviously. But I had other plans. I chose my own place, a nice facility with good staff and decent food. I could afford it, and once I was settled into that comfortable room, I made one final call to Frank. Time to make everything official. The nursing home I picked is actually pretty nice. Good food, staff that gives a damn, clean rooms. I'm paying for it myself out of my savings, and it's worth every penny. Claire visited once, looked around at everything, and made some snide comment about me wasting money. I just played frail and let her think whatever she wanted. 2 weeks after I moved in, Frank came by with the final paperwork. We signed the real will right there in my room with 2 nurses as witnesses. Everything detailed. The house gets sold, and the money split between Emma and Michael. Savings accounts transferred into trust. All of it locked down until they turn 25. There's one specific line in there about Claire. She gets $1 and nothing more for reasons she understands. Frank filed it with the county that same day. Notarized, official, untouchable. After that, I just waited. Days turned into weeks. Emma and Michael kept visiting on weekends like always, just being kids. thinking Grandpa moved somewhere with better care. They had no idea about any of this. Claire's visits got even more rare. She'd call occasionally, asking about my papers, if I needed help organizing things. I'd tell her everything was fine. 3 weeks ago, I got a call from Frank's secretary. She said Claire had just been there. Then Frank called me directly and told me what happened. Claire had walked into his office with the fake will, trying to look sad but practically bouncing in her chair. She asked about beginning probate proceedings. Frank's secretary had to remind her that I'm not actually dead yet. Claire said she just wanted to be prepared, because it wouldn't be long. Then she asked if the will she brought was the valid one on file. Frank told her no. Said the valid will was filed 6 weeks ago, and what she had in her hand meant nothing legally. He said her face went white. She demanded to see the real will. He refused. Told her that's not how it works until after someone dies. But he did confirm she wasn't a beneficiary. She apparently lost it. Started accusing him of letting me be manipulated, demanding to know when I filed it, threatening to get her own lawyer. Frank told her to leave before he called security. After that, Claire went completely silent. No calls, no visits. I figured she was processing, maybe talking to an attorney to see if she had any options. Meanwhile, I just felt peace. Justice in motion. This week on Wednesday, the nurses mentioned Claire had called, asking about visiting hours. I knew she was coming for answers, so I prepared myself. She stormed into my room that afternoon. She looked terrible, angry, tired, like she hadn't slept. Tom wasn't with her. She came alone. She demanded to know why I would do this to her, going through all her justifications about being my daughter and taking care of me, and how the kids don't need that money. I stayed calm, let her get it all out. Then I told her I was awake that Tuesday, that I saw her going through my desk, saw her take the will. She tried to deny it at first, then made excuses about just trying to help. I looked at her and said what I'd been holding in for months. You were ready to bury me for money, so I buried your inheritance first. I explained that Emma and Michael would get everything because they visit out of love, not greed. She cried, though I couldn't tell if it was guilt or just anger about the money. She tried one last plea about being my daughter. I told her she stopped being my daughter when she started counting down the days until I died. She left after that. I stayed in my chair, watching her go. I wasn't happy exactly, but I was resolved. Emma and Michael still don't know about any of this, and honestly, I stayed smiling. For the first time in months, I could finally rest. It's been 4 days since Claire stormed out. Haven't heard from her at all. Tom called once, trying to play peacemaker, asking if I could reconsider because she's still my daughter. I shut that down pretty quickly. Polite, but firm. Emma and Michael came this weekend for their regular visit. They noticed something was different, said I seemed lighter, happier. Michael even asked if something happened. I thought about telling them, but decided against it. They don't need that burden right now. Emma brought photos of their grandma, and we just sat there, reminiscing. Those kids actually knew my wife, loved her. That's what matters. Apparently, Claire's been telling her version to other family members because my sister called, asking what really happened. I didn't go into detail, just said I'm taking care of who took care of me. Some people understood. Some think I've been too harsh. I stopped caring what they think. Frank called yesterday with an update. Claire hired an attorney to contest the will. He said she has no case. The will is airtight and I'm mentally competent. But it shows she's not giving up. Even now, knowing the truth about what she did, she's still chasing the money. That tells me everything I needed to know. I've been thinking about my wife a lot, what she would say about all this. She always saw the best in Claire, made excuses for her behavior. Would she approve of what I did? I think she would understand. She loved those grandkids more than anything. I still wear my wedding ring, spin it around my finger when I'm thinking. It helps. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. My health is getting worse. The heart condition is progressing. Doctor mentioned maybe months, maybe a year. But I'm not afraid anymore. Everything is in order. The peace I feel is real, not just something I'm telling myself. Yesterday, Emma came alone, without Michael. She's 16, more perceptive than her brother. She asked what happened with her mom, said Claire won't talk about me anymore. I had to decide how much to tell her. I gave her a gentle version, that her mom and I had different ideas about some things, that it would make sense later. Then she asked if I did something to protect them. I didn't really answer, just told her I made sure she and Michael would be okay. That's all that matters. She hugged me tight. I think she understood more than she said. I've been wondering if Claire will ever speak to me again before I die. If I even want her to. She's still my daughter, but she became someone I don't recognize. The grief isn't just about her betrayal. It's about losing who she used to be. I remember Claire as a little girl, before life made her hard and greedy. I don't know what happened to that kid. The real victory here isn't about punishing Claire. It's about Emma and Michael getting their shot at college, at life, without drowning in debt. It's about my wife's memory being honored through the grandchildren who actually cherished her. The house will get sold eventually, but the memories live in those kids. Right now I'm still here in the nursing home, health declining but stable. Claire has no contact with me, probably still pursuing legal action that won't go anywhere. Tom calls occasionally, always awkward. Emma and Michael visit every week, still unaware of the full drama. The will is locked, filed, uncontestable. It feels good to finally rest, knowing justice is already written in my name. Tom called last night, late. Said Claire's been crying for days, that she understands now what she did wrong. I don't know if I believe that. And honestly, I don't know if I should even care anymore. By the time they remembered me, it was too late. I'm James, 82 years old, widower, and apparently nothing more than a walking inheritance to my two kids. My son Michael is 54, my daughter Patricia is 51. Both grown adults with families of their own, both very interested in what I'm leaving behind when I die. When my wife Eleanor passed 2 years ago, they both stood at her funeral and promised they'd visit every week. They said I shouldn't be alone. They said family was important. They came twice that first month. Then nothing. Radio silence for weeks that turned into months. I'd call and get excuses. Michael was busy with work. Patricia's kids had soccer practice. They'd come next week. Next week never came. I spent my 81st birthday alone in March, ate a frozen dinner and watched Wheel of Fortune. Neither of them called. Thanksgiving came and went. I sat at a table set for one. Christmas was the same. The house we'd lived in for 40 years felt massive and empty. Just me and the TV talking back and forth. But here's the thing. Even though they never visited, never called to check if I was breathing, they always remembered one thing. The will. Michael would call out of nowhere asking if I still had the house going to them. Just checking, Dad, making sure everything's in order. Patricia would mention during our rare conversations how much the house would sell for. They'd argue with each other while I was on the phone about who should handle the sale, who'd get what furniture, what renovations they'd do before listing it. I take 7 different medications. Sometimes I forget which ones I've taken. The neighbors barely know I exist. Most of my friends are dead. I eat frozen dinners and fall asleep in Eleanor's chair most nights. This was my life. 3 months ago, Michael actually showed up. First time in 8 months. Said he wanted to check on me, but really he brought papers. Updated will documents he needed me to sign. We sat at the kitchen table, and he went through everything. The house goes to them, split 50-50. The savings account, same thing. Eleanor's jewelry to Patricia. My car to Michael. I mentioned I'd been feeling tired lately, just making conversation. He nodded, then his phone rang. Patricia. He answered, and I heard him say he was at my place, going through the will stuff. Then he said something that burned itself into my brain. He thought he wasn't on speaker. He told Patricia, "Good, you'll be gone soon anyway. Then we can finally sell this place." I heard it clear as day. He realized a second too late that the phone was facing up on the table. He tried to backtrack, said he didn't mean it like that. Patricia was yelling through the speaker, asking what happened. I just stood up and asked him to leave. He tried to explain, but I opened the door and waited. He left. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat in Eleanor's chair thinking about my own children waiting for me to die, counting down the days until they could cash out. Eleanor's last words to me kept playing in my head. She'd squeezed my hand and whispered, "Don't let them forget what family really means." I realized they'd already forgotten, or maybe they never knew. Either way, something had to change. I wasn't going to spend whatever time I had left being treated like a bank account with a pulse. I need to explain something that happened years ago, back in 1998. There was a little girl named Sarah Chen who lived 3 houses down from us. She was 7 years old and her parents were a mess. Young couple, both struggling with addiction, barely holding it together. They neglected Sarah badly. You could tell just by looking at her. Eleanor noticed her one evening eating from our trash cans. We started leaving food on the porch. Then Eleanor invited her in. The parents didn't care. I think they were relieved someone else was feeding their kid. When Sarah was 9, CPS got involved and her parents lost custody. She went into the foster system, but we stayed in her life. We weren't official foster parents, too old for that by then, but the system listed us as family friends. We bought her school supplies and clothes. She came to every holiday dinner, every birthday celebration. I taught her to ride a bike. Eleanor helped with her homework. Michael and Patricia were already adults by then with their own lives. They barely noticed Sarah existed. When they did notice, they complained, asked why we were wasting money on some random kid. Eleanor told them to mind their business. Sarah put herself through community college and then nursing school. We helped with tuition when we could. Not a lot, but enough to make a difference. She graduated and got a job at the hospital. She never forgot what we did for her. When Eleanor died 2 years ago, Sarah came to the funeral. She stayed the whole time. Michael and Patricia left early, said they had to get back to work. Since Eleanor passed, Sarah visits every Tuesday and Saturday. She brings groceries. She organizes my medications into those weekly pill containers. She checks my blood pressure. She sits and listens to my old stories about the war, about Eleanor, about when my kids were young. She calls me Pops. I call her Sweetheart. She never asks for anything, never mentions money. She just shows up. A week after Michael said I'd be gone soon anyway, I called my lawyer, explained the whole situation. The years of my kids ignoring me versus Sarah showing up twice a week without fail. My lawyer asked if I was sure, confirmed I was mentally competent, advised me of my rights. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. I changed the entire will. The house, the savings account with $340,000, my car, Eleanor's jewelry, everything goes to Sarah. I left Michael and Patricia $1 each, so they couldn't claim I forgot about them. I added a letter explaining exactly why I made this decision. I told Sarah about it last month. She cried and tried to refuse, said she didn't visit me for money. I know that. That's exactly why I'm doing it. I told her she's my daughter in every way that matters. She finally accepted after I practically begged her. She made me promise to tell Michael and Patricia myself. I refused. Told her they'd find out when they needed to. The lawyer sent letters to both of them yesterday. Standard notification that there had been changes to the estate, requesting they contact the office. Both called me within an hour. First time I'd heard from either of them in 4 months. I didn't answer. Let it go to voicemail. They showed up at my house an hour later. Patricia came in first, practically shouting before she even got through the door. "What is this about the will?" Michael was right behind her. First time they'd both been in my house together in over a year. They stood in my living room demanding answers. I stayed calm, told them I'd left everything to Sarah. There was this silence, maybe 5 seconds. Then both of them exploded. Patricia asked who the hell Sarah was. I reminded them. The little girl from down the street they ignored for 20 years. Michael actually laughed and said, "That Chinese kid?" I corrected him. "Korean. You'd know if you'd ever paid attention." That's when it got ugly. Patricia screamed that I was senile, being manipulated. Michael threatened to get me declared incompetent. They called Sarah a gold digger, said she must have brainwashed me. Patricia actually had the nerve to say they were my real children, like biology mattered more than the last 2 years of eating dinner alone. I let them yell themselves out. Then I spoke. Told them real children show up. Real children call to check if you're still breathing. I listed every missed birthday, every holiday I spent alone, every unreturned phone call. I quoted Michael's comment about me being gone soon, word for word. I said children are defined by what they do, not what they're owed. Michael said he'd fight it in court. Patricia started crying. First tears I'd seen from her in years. They tried everything. Anger, guilt, bargaining. Told me I was being unfair, that they'd been busy but they loved me. I didn't move. Finally told them they could leave or keep yelling, but nothing was changing. They left together, still arguing with each other in the driveway about what to do next. Patricia drove off first. Michael looked back at the house one last time before leaving. I watched from the window and felt nothing but relief. Sarah called that evening for her Tuesday check-in. I told her what happened. She asked if I was okay, if I regretted it. I said no. I felt lighter than I had in years. We talked for an hour about everything except the will. It's been 24 hours since they were here. My phone has 17 missed calls from Michael. Patricia left a voicemail saying they're getting a lawyer. I haven't listened to any of them. I'm sitting in Eleanor's chair right now, and for the first time in 2 years, I feel at peace. I spent 50+ years being a father, paid for their college, their weddings, helped with down payments on their houses. I gave my love freely for decades. They just never thought the bill would come due. Funny thing about love, it's the only thing that costs nothing to give but everything to fake. They loved what I could give them. Sarah just loved me. Michael's lawyer left a message this morning. Sarah asked if she should stop visiting to avoid causing problems. The house feels different now. Not empty, just quiet. I'm thinking about adding Sarah to the deed immediately instead of waiting until I die. They're coming back tomorrow with their lawyer. Sarah offered to be here with me, but I told her no. Now I'm sitting here wondering if I did the right thing. Not about the will, that's done, but about everything else. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Forgotten but not foolish. I'm 82 years old, and I never thought my own children would treat me like I was already in the ground. I have 3 kids, Margaret is 57, David is 54, and Susan is 51. When their father was alive, they called every week. Sunday dinners were sacred. After he passed 2 years ago, I couldn't stay in that big house anymore. Too many memories, too much empty space. I sold it and moved into a retirement community called Meadowbrook. Small place, quiet, and I got a little garden where I can grow my roses. I thought this would be peaceful. The first few months they visited, brought flowers, asked how I was settling in, helped me arrange furniture. Then the visits slowed down. Phone calls turned into texts, short ones. "How are you doing?" Followed immediately by, "Is your life insurance still active?" Or, "Have you updated your will recently?" I'm old, not blind. I knew exactly what they were asking. They weren't checking on me. They were checking on their inheritance. Last year on my birthday, I waited all morning. I even baked myself a small cake, set out 4 plates thinking maybe they'd surprise me. They did show up around 3 p.m., but not one of them had a card or a gift. Margaret walked in carrying a manila folder instead. She didn't hug me, didn't say happy birthday, just sat down at my kitchen table like she owned the place. She told me they needed to talk about my future. David and Susan sat on either side of her like bodyguards. Margaret slid papers across the table, power of attorney documents. She wanted me to sign everything over to her because I was getting older and might start forgetting things. For my own good, she said, to make things easier. I looked at those papers, and something cold settled in my chest. I told them to get out. Margaret blinked at me like I'd slapped her. She started saying they were just trying to help, that I was being difficult. I said it again, louder. "Get out of my house." They left angry. Margaret called me ungrateful. Susan said I was paranoid. David just shook his head like I was the biggest disappointment of his life. 2 days later, my neighbor Carol knocked on my door. She looked uncomfortable, wouldn't meet my eyes. She said she needed to tell me something. Margaret had visited her the day before and told her I'd been having memory problems, that I might not recognize people soon. Margaret asked Carol to keep an eye on me and report back if I seemed confused. I felt sick. I started making calls. My cousin in Nevada said Margaret had contacted her about my declining mental state. My old bridge partner said Susan asked if I seemed disoriented lately. They were building a case against me, telling everyone I knew that I was losing my mind so they could have me declared incompetent and take everything. That's when I realized they weren't just greedy. They were calculated. They had a plan, and I was the obstacle. So I decided to stop fighting and start playing. If they wanted a confused old woman, that's exactly what I'd give them. I called my lawyer Richard the next morning. We had work to do. I started playing the part they wanted. When Margaret called, I'd forget what day it was. When David visited, I'd ask him the same question twice in 10 minutes. I even left the stove on once on purpose, so Susan would find it and feel like she was right about me. Let them think they were winning. But while I was acting confused, I was meeting with Richard every week. He's been my lawyer for 30 years, and nothing surprises him anymore. He told me this happens more than people think. Adult children circling like vultures before their parents are even sick. We started working on new documents immediately, updated everything, made it all airtight. Around that time, I met Lily. She's 19 and works part-time at the community center here at Meadowbrook. She started helping me with grocery shopping after her shifts. Never made me feel like a burden, never acted annoyed when I took too long picking out vegetables. She'd tell me about her college classes and her dream of becoming a teacher someday. Turns out her parents died in a car accident when she was 16. She'd been living with different relatives ever since, all of them treating her like a guest who'd overstayed her welcome. She was working 2 jobs to put herself through community college. One afternoon we were planting new rose bushes in my garden, and I asked her what she wanted most in life. She got quiet for a minute, then said she just wanted a family that actually wanted her around. That's when I knew what I had to do. I asked Richard if it was possible. Adult adoption. He said yes, it's legal, just needs court approval and proper documentation. It took 3 months to finalize everything. Background checks, home visits, interviews, the whole process. Lily cried when I told her it was official. Real tears, not the fake ones my children had perfected over the years. She asked me why I would do this for her. I told her because she treated me like a person, not a bank account. We kept it quiet. Meanwhile, my children got bolder. Margaret tried to get my doctor to declare me mentally unfit, but he refused because I passed every cognitive test perfectly. David kept suggesting I move to a facility with more support, which was code for a nursing home where they could control everything. Susan started coming by to look at my jewelry, saying she wanted to make sure it stayed in the family. Like I was already dead. Then 2 weeks ago, all 3 of them showed up unannounced with a stranger. Margaret introduced her as Barbara, a real estate agent. They wanted to get the house evaluated for planning purposes. They didn't ask permission, just started walking through my home like they owned it. Barbara measured rooms. Susan took photos of everything. David was literally discussing how to split the money 3 ways. I let them finish their little tour. Followed them around like a confused old lady. Then when they were all standing in my living room talking about paint colors and staging, I said it was funny how they were talking like any of this belonged to them. Margaret turned around, annoyed, told me not to start, that this was for my own good. I interrupted her and said I'd updated my will and my estate plan. Everything had been legally transferred. The house, my savings, all my personal belongings. All of it. Susan actually smiled, said she was glad I was finally being reasonable about planning ahead. Then I told them I'd transferred everything to Lily, my legally adopted daughter. The room went completely silent. David asked who the hell Lily was. I told them she was my daughter, legally adopted 6 weeks ago. My heir. Everything was already transferred. The explosion was immediate. Margaret's face turned purple, and she started screaming that I couldn't do that I clearly wasn't in my right mind. Susan was yelling about getting a lawyer. David just kept repeating that this wasn't real, like if he said it enough times it would become true. Barbara, the real estate agent, quietly slipped out the front door. I pulled out the legal documents Richard had prepared, certified copies for each of them. Adult adoption papers, updated will, transfer of property deed. All properly notarized and filed with the county. Everything legal and binding. I told them they abandoned me, that they lied about me to everyone I know, that they tried to steal from me while I was still breathing. They didn't get to profit from my death now. Margaret threatened lawsuits. Susan called me a spiteful old witch. David said I'd regret this. They stormed out, and I heard car doors slamming, tires screeching down the street. Lily came over that evening. I'd asked her to stay away during the confrontation, and she did. She looked terrified when she walked in, asked if I was sure about everything, said she didn't want to cause problems with my family. I told her she wasn't causing problems. She was my family now. We sat in the garden that night. My roses were blooming, the ones we'd planted together a few months back. Lily asked me about my late husband, about our marriage, about how I'd built this garden over the years. For the first time since he died, someone actually wanted to know about my life. Not my assets, not my insurance policies. Just me. My biological children haven't contacted me since that day. I heard through Carol that Margaret hired a lawyer, but Richard says they have no case. The adoption is completely legal. The transfers are legal. I was evaluated by 2 independent doctors who confirmed I was of sound mind. There's nothing they can do. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I should feel guilty. These were the babies I raised, the children I sacrificed everything for. But then I remember Margaret's face when she shoved those power of attorney papers at me on my birthday. I remember all the lies they spread about me losing my mind. I remember sitting alone with 4 plates set out and only one person at the table. Lily calls me every single day. Last week she brought her boyfriend over to meet me. He was nervous, polite, asked permission before sitting on my couch. They're talking about getting married in a few years, and she asked if I'd help her plan the wedding. Yesterday we planted new roses together, yellow ones I'd never tried before. We're talking about maybe building a small greenhouse next spring. Lily wants to learn how to propagate cuttings. I sleep better now than I have in 2 years, but I still think about them sometimes. Margaret, David, Susan. I wonder if they ever actually cared about me, or if it was always just about the money. I wonder if they're angrier about losing the inheritance or about being outsmarted by their supposedly senile mother. And honestly, I don't know which answer would hurt more. Funny how they forgot who paid for their lives. I'm a 79-year-old grandmother with 2 sons, Michael, who's 52, and David, who's 49. For decades, I gave them everything. I paid for both their college educations, completely out of pocket. I paid for their weddings, even though both cost more than my first car. I helped with down payments on their starter homes. I bailed Michael out of debt twice when his business investments went south. I thought that's what good mothers did. I thought if I loved them enough and sacrificed enough, they'd turn into good men who understood what family meant. Turns out love doesn't fix greed. Last year I fell in my bathroom and broke my hip. It was just a stupid accident. Slipped on the wet floor getting out of the shower. But the recovery was hell. Suddenly I couldn't drive myself anywhere, couldn't carry grocery bags, couldn't do the basic things I'd been doing independently my whole life. I needed help with simple stuff like getting to doctor appointments and picking up prescriptions. That's when I found out who my sons really were. The first time I called Michael for a ride to my follow-up appointment, he sighed into the phone loud enough that I could hear it clearly. He told me he was really busy with work and asked if David could do it instead. So I called David. He said the exact same thing about Michael. They actually argued with each other over whose turn it was to deal with me. Those were the words they used. Deal with me. I started keeping mental notes after that. Michael left me sitting in the clinic waiting room for 3 hours once because he forgot to pick me up. I had to call him twice to remind him I was still there. David would promise to bring groceries and show up with whatever random stuff was on sale, then spend the whole visit complaining about gas money. When I needed rides to physical therapy twice a week, they acted like I was asking them to donate organs. But I didn't complain. I smiled and thanked them for whatever scraps of effort they managed. I told myself they were just busy. They had their own lives. I was being unreasonable expecting more. Then, about 3 months ago, everything changed. David came over and walked around my house making comments about the neighborhood. He mentioned how much property values had gone up around here. He wasn't even trying to be subtle about it. My house is waterfront property that I've owned outright for 30 years, and suddenly he was very interested in what it might be worth. The next week, Michael showed up unannounced and started asking questions about my finances. Did I have a will set up? Was everything organized and documented? He tried to frame it as concern for me, making sure I had my affairs in order. But I could see it in his eyes. He was calculating, figuring out what he stood to inherit. That's when both of them suddenly became devoted sons again. They started calling more often, visiting more frequently. Michael even brought me flowers once. I'm not stupid. I've lived 79 years on this planet. I knew exactly what changed. They'd finally done the math on what my house was worth, and they wanted to make sure they were first in line when I died. So I smiled sweetly at both of them. I thanked them for their renewed attention. I let them think I was a helpless old woman who trusted them completely. And then I called my lawyer. 2 months ago, they made their move. They showed up at my house together, which should have been my first warning sign. Michael and David hardly ever coordinated anything, but there they were on my doorstep at the same time. They sat me down at my kitchen table like they were staging some kind of intervention. Michael did most of the talking, while David nodded along like a bobblehead. Michael started with how they'd been thinking about my situation. He said the house was too big for me now. The stairs were dangerous, especially after my fall. He said they thought it was time I considered assisted living. He used this tone like he was being so reasonable and caring, like this was all for my benefit. I just looked at him and asked what he meant by assisted living. David jumped in with his phone already pulled up. He said they'd been researching facilities. Really nice places with activities and nursing staff and everything I could possibly need. I wouldn't have to worry about maintaining such a big house anymore. He showed me pictures on his phone like he was selling me a vacation package. Then Michael leaned forward and said they could sell the house and handle everything for me. Take all that burden off my shoulders. I'd worked hard enough in my life, and it was time to let them take care of the details. The details. He meant my money, my house, everything I'd spent my life building. I didn't argue with them. I didn't get angry or defensive. I just nodded slowly and told them I'd think about it. They seemed satisfied with that answer. They probably thought they'd convinced me. The next day I called my lawyer, Patricia. She's been handling my estate planning for years, and I trust her completely. I told her everything. The sudden interest in my finances, the assisted living conversation, the way my sons were circling me like vultures waiting for their meal. She told me she wasn't surprised at all. She said she'd seen this exact situation at least 100 times before in her career. Over the next 6 weeks, Patricia and I restructured everything. We put my house into a trust that neither of my sons could touch or contest. We redirected all my savings and investments to my granddaughter, Emma. She's David's daughter, and the only person in my entire family who visits me without expecting something in return. Emma comes by every week just to spend time with me. She watches TV with me and asks about my life, and actually talks to me like I'm a human being instead of a walking inheritance. I went through everything I owned. My jewelry went to my sister. My furniture went to close friends who'd actually been there for me. My photo albums went to extended family members. Every single item I owned got assigned to someone who wasn't Michael or David. Patricia made everything airtight, completely legal and irreversible. She said even if they tried to contest it, they'd just be wasting their money on lawyers. 3 days ago, Michael and David came back with glossy pamphlets. They'd already picked out a facility for me. They'd already done the math on what my house would sell for. They sat down and presented everything like it was a done deal. All I had to do was sign some papers. Michael told me it was time. He said they had everything arranged and ready to go. I stood up and walked to my bedroom. My hip has been healed for months despite what they assumed. I came back with all the paperwork Patricia had prepared and handed it to them. I told them they wouldn't have to worry about me anymore. Then I watched their faces as they read through everything. Watched the confusion turn into shock, and then into pure rage. Michael's voice got loud immediately. He asked what the hell all this paperwork was. Why was the house in a trust? Why did everything go to Emma? His face turned red while he was reading through the documents. David stood up so fast his chair fell backward and hit the floor. He started accusing Emma of manipulating me. He said this wasn't like me, and I wasn't thinking clearly. He actually called me senile to my face. I just smiled at both of them and stayed calm. I told them I was thinking more clearly than I had in years. Michael started shouting that I couldn't do this to them, that they were my sons, and I owed them more than this. He was waving the papers around like that would change what was written on them. So I asked them one simple question. If they cared so much about me, why did they only show up when money was involved? Complete silence. Neither of them said a word. They couldn't even look at me. They tried arguing for another 20 minutes. They called me senile again. They said Emma had poisoned my mind against them. Michael threatened to contest everything in court. Patricia had already warned me they'd react exactly like this. She'd made sure everything was so legally solid that any court challenge would just drain their bank accounts for nothing. Eventually they left. Michael slammed my front door so hard that a picture frame fell off the wall and the glass cracked. That was 3 days ago. Neither of them has called or texted since then. Yesterday, Emma helped me move some of my things into her spare bedroom. She's been asking me to live with her for months now, long before any of this happened. Not because she wanted my money or my house, just because she genuinely wanted me around. She brings me tea every morning, and we watch our shows together in the evenings. We actually talk about real things. Her job and her friends and her life. She asks about my day and listens to my stories about when I was younger. She spends time with me because she wants to, not out of obligation, not because she's waiting for an inheritance, just because she loves me. I don't know what Michael and David are doing right now. I don't know if they're still angry or if they're planning some kind of legal strategy, or if they've finally started to understand what they lost. Not the money, because they never actually had that. But they lost me. They lost their mother, who would have given them anything if they'd just treated me like a person instead of a retirement fund. The ironic part is, if they'd just been decent sons after my fall, if they'd helped me because they loved me, instead of waiting for a payday, I probably would have left them everything anyway. I'd planned to split everything between them before all this happened. But they'll never understand that. They're going to spend the rest of their lives knowing they threw away their mother for money they never got. Maybe that realization will hit them at my funeral someday. Maybe it won't. Maybe they'll just convince themselves I was crazy or manipulated, and they'll never take responsibility for what they did. My sons still have my phone number. They could call right now and apologize. They could try to build something real with whatever time I have left. But I don't think they will. I don't think they even understand what they'd need to apologize for. So now, I wait, and see if greed was worth losing their mother over. Funny how they forgot who paid the bills. I'm a 79-year-old grandmother, and for the last 20 years I've been living with my son David, 52, and his wife Karen, 48. When I first moved in, they were drowning financially. David had just lost his job. They had a newborn, and the bills were piling up faster than they could handle. So I stepped in. I paid the electricity, bought the groceries, even covered part of the mortgage every month. I wanted to help them build a better life, give my grandson Jake a stable home to grow up in. I never asked for thanks or praise. I just wanted to be treated like family, with basic kindness and respect. Everything changed about 6 months ago when my hands started shaking. At first it was just little tremors, but then I couldn't hold a coffee cup steady anymore. My doctor said it was nerve damage, nothing they could really fix at my age. I needed a walker to get around safely, and suddenly, I went from being a helpful member of the household to dead weight. The shift was immediate. Karen started making comments about how much space my medical equipment took up. David stopped asking how I was feeling. I'd hear them talking in the kitchen late at night, and one time I caught Karen's voice through the thin walls, saying I was becoming a financial drain. She didn't know I could hear her, or maybe she didn't care. My son didn't say anything to defend me. He just went quiet. Then they started locking up the food. I'm not joking. They put padlocks on the pantry and the refrigerator, said I was eating too much and they needed to budget better. I'm 79 years old and I weigh maybe 120 pounds soaking wet. They were nickel and diming their own mother over groceries, the same groceries I'd been buying for 2 decades. 3 weeks ago they told me my bedroom was needed for storage. David said it was temporary, just until they reorganized the house. They moved me into the garage. Not a converted garage, not a finished space. The actual garage where they parked the car. It was cold at night and smelled like gasoline and motor oil. They gave me a cot and a space heater that barely worked. When I asked when I could move back to my real room, Karen said they'd figure it out eventually. Last Tuesday night, they both came into the garage and sat down on the folding chairs they kept out there. They had this look on their faces like they'd rehearsed what they were about to say. David cleared his throat and told me they'd made a decision. They were selling the house and putting me in a care facility. Karen jumped in and said I couldn't stay there anymore, that it wasn't working out, that they needed to focus on their own future now that they were getting older. They expected me to cry. I could see it in their faces. They thought I'd beg them to let me stay, promise to be less trouble, maybe even offer them more money. Instead, I smiled. A real, genuine smile. Because in all their planning and their cruelty and their scheming about my future, they'd forgotten one tiny detail. The house is in my name. Has been since the beginning. When they were about to lose everything 20 years ago, I didn't just help with the mortgage. I bought the house outright and put it in my name. I let them live here, let them think of it as theirs, never mentioned the paperwork. And they'd completely forgotten. I didn't tell them that night, though. I just nodded and said I understood, that I'd start making arrangements. The looks of relief on their faces made me sick. For the next week, I let them think they were in control. I watched them make phone calls to care facilities, heard Karen looking up prices online and complaining about how expensive everything was. They got bolder, started talking openly about selling my furniture, about which of my belongings they'd keep and which they'd donate. David even mentioned something about finally turning my old bedroom into the home office he'd always wanted. They had no idea I was making calls of my own from that freezing garage. I contacted my lawyer, a woman named Patricia who'd handled my affairs for years. I explained the situation and asked her what my options were. She didn't even hesitate. I owned the house free and clear, had all the documentation, and they were technically tenants living there without a lease. I had every legal right to evict them. We scheduled everything for the following Wednesday. I need to explain something about the house because this is important. When David and Karen were about to lose everything 20 years ago, they didn't just need help with bills, they were facing foreclosure. David came to me crying, said they were going to lose the house and end up on the street with baby Jake. So I made them an offer. I'd buy the house from the bank, pay off what they owed, and they could stay there. I put everything in my name because their credit was destroyed, and no bank would work with them. I told David at the time that we'd figure out the ownership details later, once they got back on their feet. But later never came. They started treating it like their house, making decisions about renovations and painting and furniture without asking me. I let them because I figured they needed that sense of control, that feeling of having a home. I kept paying the property taxes, the insurance, all of it. They never asked about the paperwork, and I never brought it up. Last Wednesday, while they were both at work, Patricia showed up with a sheriff's deputy and a moving truck she'd arranged. It took most of the day, but we packed up everything that belonged to David and Karen. Clothes, electronics, furniture they'd bought, all of it. We stacked the boxes neatly on the curb. Then we changed every lock on every door. I waited inside. Patricia stayed with me in case things got ugly. Around 6 in the evening, I heard David's car pull into the driveway. Then silence. Then footsteps running up to the front door. The key didn't work. More footsteps, faster now, panicked. They tried the back door, the side door. Then the pounding started. David was shouting through the door, asking what was going on. Karen was screaming. The sheriff's deputy went outside and explained the situation to them, showed them the eviction paperwork. I heard David's voice crack when he yelled that this was his house, that I couldn't do this. I opened the door but kept the chain lock on, just enough to see their faces. David looked like someone had punched him in the stomach. He started crying, asking how I could do this to him, saying we were family. I kept my voice calm and steady. I told him I'd funded his life for decades, and the only reason he was homeless now was because he forgot who kept the lights on. Karen started screaming about lawyers and betrayal, and how dare I. I looked at my son and said he'd had a choice. He could have treated me with basic human dignity in my own home. He chose the garage instead. The deputy made them leave the property. I closed the door and locked it. Yesterday morning, my grandson Jake showed up with his truck to help me move. He's 28 now, has his own place across town with his partner. He'd been texting me worried messages for months, asking if I was okay, saying something felt off when he visited. I'd been downplaying it because I didn't want to put him in the middle of things with his dad. But when I called him Wednesday night and told him what happened, he just said to pack my stuff, and he'd be there first thing in the morning. We loaded up my belongings from the garage. Boxes of photos, my clothes that all smelled like gasoline, the few personal items Karen hadn't already tried to claim. Jake didn't say much while we worked, but I could tell he was angry. Finally, when we were almost done, he stopped and looked at me and said that people who treat you like a burden don't deserve your kindness. That he was glad I finally stood up for myself, because he'd been watching them mistreat me, and it made him sick. That hit me harder than I expected. I didn't realize he'd noticed. Turns out he'd tried talking to David about it a few months back, and his dad told him to mind his own business. I've been at Jake's place for 5 days now. I have a real bedroom with a real bed and windows that let in actual sunlight. His partner Maria makes sure I'm comfortable, asks if I need anything, includes me in conversations at dinner. It's such a stark difference from the garage that sometimes I just sit in my room and cry from relief. The phone call started almost immediately. David called 17 times the first day alone. I didn't answer. His voicemails went from angry to desperate to apologetic. He said he didn't understand how things got so bad, that he was sorry, that we needed to talk. Karen left messages too, mostly threatening legal action. Patricia told me she has no case whatsoever, so I'm not worried about that. What I didn't expect was how the rest of the family would react. Some of David's cousins have been calling Jake, telling him I went too far, asking how I could make my own son homeless. Others have reached out to say it was about time someone put David and Karen in their place. The family's completely split on this. I've had to turn off my phone most days because it won't stop ringing. Jake's been running interference, which I appreciate. But this morning, he told me David showed up at his office. Just appeared in the lobby asking to talk to him, saying he needed help finding a place to stay. According to Jake, David was crying, saying he was sorry and that he didn't realize how bad things had gotten, that he'd made a terrible mistake and wanted to make things right. Part of me wants to believe that. He's still my son. I spent 20 years trying to help him build a life. And despite everything, there's a piece of me that hates knowing he's struggling now. But then I remember the cold nights in that garage. I remember them locking up food like I was some kind of thief. I remember Karen calling me a financial drain through those thin walls, and David saying nothing to stop her. Jake asked me what I wanted him to tell his father. I still haven't given him an answer. I finally get to sleep in a real bedroom again. Finally feel safe and wanted somewhere. And my son now knows what it feels like to be treated like a burden. Maybe that's enough. Or maybe some things can't be fixed once they're broken. Funny how they only show up for pictures. I'm a 78-year-old grandmother, and I need to tell you about what just happened with my daughter Linda and my grandson Marcus. For most of my life, family meant everything to me. I was that grandmother, the one who sewed elaborate Halloween costumes by hand, baked 3-layer birthday cakes from scratch, babysat whenever anyone needed it. Every holiday, every celebration, every crisis, I was there. I thought I was building something real. Turns out, I was just convenient. Let me back up so you understand how we got here. About 2 years ago, my mobility started getting really bad. Arthritis in both knees, balance issues, the whole 9 yards. Simple things became hard. Grocery shopping, getting to doctor's appointments, even just moving around my house. So, I started asking for help. Not demanding it, just asking. Could someone drive me to my cardiology appointment? Could Linda pick up a few things from the store when she was out? That's when everything changed. The calls stopped getting returned. The visits dried up. Linda would say she was swamped with work, or the kids had so much going on. I'd call 3, 4 times and get sent to voicemail. I'd text and get one-word responses days later. Then last March, I made the mistake of telling her I was lonely during one of our rare phone calls. I wasn't even dramatic about it. I just said I wished I saw them more, that I missed being part of the family. She lost it. Told me I was guilt-tripping her, that she had her own life and couldn't drop everything to babysit me. That word, babysit. Like I was asking her to wipe my ass instead of just visit her mother once a month. She blocked my number after that. For 3 months I didn't hear from her at all. Not for Easter, not for her birthday, nothing. I spent Christmas eating canned chicken noodle soup alone in my recliner, watching old movies and pretending I didn't care. I thought that was it. I thought I'd just have to accept that my daughter was done with me. Then, 2 weeks ago, she showed up at my door. I was still in my nightgown at 10 a.m. when I heard the doorbell. I shuffled over, and there she was, Linda, her husband Tom, and Marcus, all standing on my porch with these huge smiles on their faces. Linda said they missed me so much and asked if they could come in. I was so shocked I just stepped aside and let them in. They walked into my living room, commenting on how cozy it looked, asking about my health, saying how good I looked. Marcus even hugged me, which he hadn't done since he was maybe 12. I sat there on my couch completely confused, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Linda settled in next to me and took my hand like we were close. She told me Marcus got accepted to some prestigious private school called Whitman Preparatory Academy. Full scholarship potential, connections, the whole elite package. I said congratulations to Marcus because it wasn't his fault his mother was fake as hell. Then came the real reason they were there. Linda explained that the scholarship committee wanted to see family involvement. They liked applicants who came from stable, multi-generational family backgrounds. So they were hoping we could take some nice family photos together. Maybe I could dress up a little? They wanted to show how close we all were. Multi-generational stability. From the woman who blocked my calls because I said I was lonely. From the family who left me to eat soup out of a can on Christmas. But I'm old, not stupid. I saw exactly what was happening, and right then, sitting on that couch, I decided I was going to play along. I smiled at them and said, of course I'd take pictures. I even suggested we do it properly. I'd get dressed up. We could use my garden as a backdrop since the roses were blooming. Linda looked so relieved I thought she might actually cry. We scheduled it for the next day and they left, all smiles and thank yous. The next afternoon, they came back. I wore my favorite cardigan, the nice blue one Linda bought me maybe 5 years ago, back when she still pretended to care. I did my hair, put on lipstick, the whole thing. We took probably 50 photos in different poses, me with my arm around Marcus, the whole family grouped together, me and Linda hugging like we actually had a relationship. They were so happy with how everything turned out. Linda kept saying how beautiful and perfect the photos were. Marcus was being polite, thanking me and telling me I looked really nice. Tom barely spoke to me, but that was nothing new. Before they left, Linda hugged me tight and said this meant so much to her, that we should do this more often. I just smiled and said, of course. Then they drove off, and I went back inside to wait. Here's what Linda didn't know, because she never bothered to ask any details about this scholarship. Whitman Prep requires more than just photos. They require a detailed letter from the grandparent about their actual involvement in the student's life, their relationship, specific examples of family support and values passed down through generations. They needed my signature on a form giving them permission to contact me. Linda must have forged it and sent it in with the photos because the school called me about a week later to verify some information and schedule a phone interview. I told them I'd prefer to write a formal letter and send it directly if that was acceptable. They said that would be wonderful, actually. So I sat down and wrote the letter. I didn't insult anyone. I didn't call them names or make things up. I just told the truth in very clear, factual language. I wrote about how they stopped visiting when I needed help, how I spent major holidays alone, how my calls went unreturned for months at a time, how my daughter blocked my number because I expressed loneliness. I wrote about how the photo shoot was the first time I'd seen them in over 6 months, and it was only because they needed something from me. I included dates and specific examples. I wrote about Marcus being a polite kid, but one I barely knew because I'd been excluded from his life. I mentioned that I'd love to have a relationship with my grandson, but his parents had made that impossible by cutting me off whenever I became inconvenient instead of helpful. Then I ended it by saying that while I wished Marcus well in his academic pursuits, I could not in good conscience provide a letter of support claiming a close family relationship that simply didn't exist. I said it would be dishonest to both him and the institution to pretend otherwise. No drama, no emotion, just cold, hard facts laid out like I was writing a report. I printed it on nice stationery, signed it, and mailed it directly to the scholarship committee with all the documentation they'd requested. Then I waited. I knew what was coming, but I didn't know when. The call came about 3 days later. Marcus didn't get the scholarship. I heard through a friend who knew someone at the school that the family component was weighted heavily in their decision, and my letter basically destroyed their application. Linda showed up at my door 2 days after that, and this time there was no smile. She didn't even wait for me to invite her in, just pushed past me into my living room, shaking with rage. She asked me what the hell I did and if I had any idea what I just cost them. That scholarship was worth $40,000. I sat down in my recliner, nice and calm, and let her get it all out. She called me selfish, spiteful, a bitter old woman who couldn't stand to see her family happy. She said I ruined Marcus's future out of petty revenge. Tom was in the doorway with his arms crossed, nodding along like the useless backup he's always been. When she finally stopped to catch her breath, I looked her right in the eye and told her I wasn't a prop in her happy family photo. She sputtered and tried to say something else, but I cut her off. I told her she blocked her own mother's phone number because I said I was lonely, that she showed up after 6 months only because she needed me to lie for her. Every single word in that letter was true. If she wanted me to say we're a close family, maybe she should have actually been one. Linda's face went red, then white. She called me a vindictive bitch and said I'd regret this, that I'd just lost my grandson forever, that I'd die alone and no one would care. I just sipped my tea and waited for her to finish. She stormed out with Tom trailing behind her. The door slammed hard enough to rattle my picture frames. That was 4 days ago now. I haven't heard from anyone since. My phone is quiet. My doorbell hasn't rung. And honestly, I feel lighter than I have in years. I'm 78 years old. I spent decades being the family workhorse, the one everyone counted on, the grandmother who never said no. I thought that's what love looked like. Turned out I was just useful. But I'm not invisible. Not anymore. The only thing I keep wondering about is Marcus. He's 17, probably confused as hell about why his college plans fell apart. Part of me feels bad for him. It's not really his fault his mother is who she is. He was polite during the photos, seemed like a decent kid. But another part of me thinks maybe he needed to learn this lesson now, that using people has consequences, even when those people are old and supposedly powerless. I don't know if Linda will ever speak to me again. Honestly, I'm not sure I care anymore. I don't know if I'll ever meet her younger kids, or if Marcus will understand someday why I did what I did. Maybe when he's older and has kids of his own, he'll get it. Or maybe he'll just remember me as the grandmother who torpedoed his scholarship. I do know one thing, though. I'm done being convenient. I'm done being the emergency contact who gets ignored until someone needs a favor. I'm done pretending that showing up once a year for a photo op is the same thing as having a family. Some days, I'm absolutely sure I did the right thing. Other days, I sit in this recliner and wonder if I just became exactly what Linda accused me of being. A bitter old woman who couldn't let go of her hurt. But then I remember Christmas. I remember eating soup alone. I remember 3 months of silence. And I think about those photos, how happy they all looked, how perfect we seemed. I may be old, but I'm not a liar. And I'm definitely not invisible anymore. Funny how they remembered me only after the inheritance talk. I'm an 82-year-old grandfather, and I spent most of my life believing my family actually gave a damn about me. I've got 3 kids. Robert is 54, Patricia is 51, and Michael just turned 48 last month. Not that I was invited to that either. There are grandkids too, 7 of them, ranging from 10 to 28 years old. My wife Margaret died 4 years ago after 58 years of marriage, and that's really when everything started falling apart. I need to give you some context here. I built my construction business from absolutely nothing back in my 30s. Started with just me, a truck, and a toolbox. I built the house my kids grew up in with my own 2 hands, every board, every nail. Put all 3 of them through college without a single student loan. The business grew into something worth actual money over the decades. Margaret and I never lived fancy, but we were comfortable. More than comfortable, if I'm being honest. When Margaret passed, the kids were there. They showed up for the funeral, stayed for a week after, helped me sort through her things. For about 6 months, they visited pretty regularly. But then I started noticing the gaps getting longer. Robert would call every Sunday. Then it became every other Sunday. Then once a month. Patricia used to stop by with the grandkids on Saturdays. That turned into texts saying they were too busy. Michael lived the farthest away, about 2 hours, and I get that it's a drive. But he used to make it work. The calls turned into texts. The texts turned into silence. My birthday came and went with cards in the mail. Generic ones. The kind you grab at the grocery store. Thanksgiving rolled around and I just assumed I'd hear from someone about plans. I waited. And waited. Nothing came. Then about 2 weeks ago, I made the mistake of checking Facebook. I don't use it much. Mostly just scroll through to see pictures of the grandkids, since that's the only way I see them anymore. There it was. A post from Patricia's account. Family dinner at her place. And I mean, everyone was there. Robert and his wife. Michael and his family. All 7 grandkids. Even my brother Tom, who lives 3 states away. They were all gathered around the dining table, the one I built for Patricia when she got her first apartment. The caption said, "Family dinner with everyone we love," with a heart emoji. Everyone they love. I sat there staring at that photo for probably 20 minutes. I wasn't mentioned. I wasn't invited. I wasn't even an afterthought. I called Patricia the next day, tried to keep my voice steady, asked about the dinner. She went quiet for a second, then gave me some excuse about it being last minute and not wanting to bother me. I could hear my grandkids laughing and yelling in the background while she told me this. I said okay, and hung up. What else was I supposed to say? That I was sitting alone in the house I built while my entire family had Thanksgiving without me? That's when something broke inside me. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a quiet snap, like a branch giving way under too much weight. I realized I'd been erased. I was the foundation they'd all built their lives on, and now that they didn't need me to build anything else, I was just in the way. I spent the next week mostly sitting in my workshop, not really doing anything, just thinking. My accountant called to go over some quarterly stuff, and I mentioned maybe selling the business and downsizing. Just conversation, really. I wasn't seriously planning anything yet. He said he'd run into Robert at the golf club the week before. I didn't even know Robert played golf. 2 days later, my phone rang. Robert. First time he'd called in 2 months. He was all cheerful, asking how I was feeling, if I needed anything. The tone was wrong. Too interested, too bright. I kept the conversation short and told him I was fine. 3 days after that, Patricia showed up at my door with homemade lasagna. Said she was just thinking about me and wanted to make sure I was eating well. Then Michael sent a text asking if I wanted to grab lunch that weekend. All 3 of them, suddenly very concerned about dear old Dad. I'm not stupid. I'm old, but I'm not senile. They'd heard about the business. They'd heard about money potentially changing hands. And just like that, I mattered again. That's when I decided, if they wanted to play games, I could play too. But I'd play to win. The next Sunday, I met Michael for lunch at this diner we used to go to when he was a kid. He spent the first 20 minutes asking about my health, if I was sleeping okay, if the house was too much for me to handle. Then he got to the real reason we were there. Started talking about how hard I'd worked my whole life, how maybe it was time to retire and enjoy myself. Asked about the business, about valuations, about my plans. Even suggested I was getting up there in age and should make things easier on myself. The subtext was clear as day. It wasn't just Michael either. They were coordinating. Patricia called the next day offering to help me organize my paperwork. Said she was worried I might lose track of important documents. Robert showed up that weekend with his financial advisor, some guy in an expensive suit who wanted to help me understand my options. They kept using that word, options, like I was too old to understand what my options were without their help. Then came the grand gesture. All three of them showed up together on a Tuesday afternoon. They'd clearly planned this. They sat me down and suggested I sell the house and move in with one of them. Patricia said I shouldn't be alone anymore, that they could take care of me. Robert talked about how much easier it would be. Michael nodded along like this was the most reasonable thing in the world. I almost laughed. For 4 years I'd been alone. 4 years of silence, of missing holidays, of watching my family live their lives without me. And now that there might be money involved, suddenly I needed taking care of. The irony was so thick I could taste it. That night I sat in the living room looking at photos of Margaret. There's this one from our 40th anniversary where she's laughing at something I said. I remembered her telling me once, maybe a year before she died, that she worried about what would happen to me when she was gone. I told her the kids would be there. She just smiled and squeezed my hand. She knew. Somehow she knew. I made my decision right then. If they wanted to play games, I'd play better. I started acting more forgetful than I actually was. Left my reading glasses in odd places. Asked Robert to repeat things he'd just said. Mentioned the business sale was moving forward, and then acted a bit confused about the timeline. I'd bring up legal documents and then pretend I didn't quite understand all the details. I dropped hints about my plans for the money, vague enough to keep them interested. Watching them try to hide their excitement was almost funny, but while they were busy circling like vultures, I was doing the real work. I called James, my lawyer. We've known each other for 30 years, played poker together for most of them. I told him what was happening, and he understood immediately. Actually asked me if they'd come sniffing around the money. He wasn't even surprised. We met at his office, away from prying eyes. I went through my options for the business sale. James helped me research the local orphanage where Margaret used to volunteer every Thursday for 20 years. We looked into setting up a scholarship fund at our old university, the one where Margaret and I met, the one that gave us both a shot at something better. James drew up trust documents, made everything ironclad. We had 2 independent doctors evaluate me to prove I was of sound mind. Every meeting was documented, every decision witnessed and notarized. My kids had no idea any of this was happening. After about a month of their performance, I told them I'd made my decision about the business. We were at another family dinner, one they'd organized at Robert's place. I announced I was selling. The looks on their faces, pure relief and greed mixed together. Patricia actually got teary, said she was so glad I was being practical. I told them I wanted to have a proper family meeting to discuss the future, and asked if we could all meet at James's office the following month. They practically vibrated with excitement, started talking about their own plans, what they'd do with their time now that Dad was taking it easy. Michael talked about maybe expanding his own business. Patricia mentioned a vacation home she'd been eyeing. Robert was already planning renovations. That month felt like it lasted a year. I watched them put on their show, being the devoted children they'd never actually been. They called regularly, visited often, brought me meals and asked about my day. It would have been touching if it wasn't so completely transparent. Every smile was fake, every concern was calculated, every kindness had a price tag attached. I let them perform, and I waited for the meeting that would end everything. The meeting was scheduled for 2 p.m. at James's office. All 3 of my kids showed up dressed like they were going to church. Robert wore a suit I'd never seen before. Patricia had on pearls. Even Michael, who usually lives in jeans, wore slacks and a button-down. They brought notepads. Actual notepads, like they were ready to take notes on their inheritance. The grandkids were left at home because this was adult business. James had all the documents ready. I sat at the head of the conference table and they arranged themselves around me like they were attending a board meeting. They were trying to look somber, but I could see the excitement in their eyes. I didn't drag it out, told them the business had been sold and the deal closed the week before. I watched them lean forward. Then I explained what I'd done with the money. 60% to a scholarship fund in Margaret's name. 35% to a trust for the local orphanage where she'd volunteered. 5% kept back for my remaining living expenses. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I'd ever heard. Robert's face went red. He stood up and asked what the hell I'd done, except he didn't say hell. Patricia started crying, asking if I was feeling okay, if I knew what I was saying. Michael just kept saying it didn't make sense, that they were my family. Where was their family when I was alone? I asked. Where were they at Thanksgiving? Where were they for 4 years while I sat in that house by myself? I brought up every missed call, every ignored holiday, every family gathering I wasn't invited to. Patricia tried to interrupt, but I kept going. Told them I knew exactly what they were doing, that they'd forgotten I existed until they thought there was money involved. That's when the accusations started. Robert told James he'd manipulated a senile old man. Patricia said I wasn't thinking clearly and this couldn't be legal. Michael threatened to contest everything. James stayed calm and explained that everything was legally sound. Told them about the 2 independent doctors who'd evaluated me. Said they were welcome to contest it, but they'd lose and waste their own money on lawyers in the process. Patricia looked at me with tears running down her face and said I was destroying the family legacy. I told her no. She destroyed that the day she forgot I was family and not a bank account. Robert stormed out without another word. Patricia left, still crying. Michael stayed for a minute longer, said he couldn't believe I'd do this to them. I told him I couldn't believe what they'd done to me. He left after that. That was 2 weeks ago. My phone has been silent since. No angry calls, no apologies, nothing. Patricia removed me from her Facebook friends list. I only know because my brother Tom told me. He thinks I'm being too harsh, but he also wasn't the one sitting alone for 4 years. Robert's wife sent me a text saying she was sorry it came to this. She was always kind, even when her husband wasn't. Michael posted something vague on social media about toxic people and cutting out negativity. I'm apparently the toxic one now. The house is quiet, but it's different now. It's not the heavy silence of loneliness. It's peaceful. I got a letter from the orphanage last week saying they're naming a wing after Margaret. The scholarship fund gave its first award to a single mother going back to school. I don't regret the money. I don't regret much of anything, really. Yesterday, something unexpected happened. My eldest granddaughter, Sarah, called. She's Patricia's daughter, 28, always been the quiet one. First family member to reach out since the meeting. She wants to meet for coffee. Said she needs to apologize, that she didn't know how bad things had gotten. Claims her parents kept her in the dark about everything. I agreed to meet her next Tuesday. But now I'm sitting here wondering if this is genuine or just a new angle. Maybe she really does care. Maybe Patricia sent her to try a softer approach. Maybe I'm a fool for even considering that this might be real. I've got 6 days to decide if I'm being wise or if I'm just a lonely old man desperate for any scrap of connection. Part of me wants to believe Sarah is different. Part of me knows better than to hope. But I guess I'll find out on Tuesday whether there's one person in my family who actually gives a damn, or if this is just another performance. Either way, the money's gone, and it's not coming back. At least I'll know for sure what I'm dealing with. Funny how they remembered me only when I stopped giving. I'm a 78-year-old grandfather, and I thought I knew what family meant. I have 3 kids. My eldest son, David, who's 52, my middle son, Tom, who's 48, and my daughter, Sarah, who's 45. 4 grandchildren, too. the little ones who still make me smile. My wife Margaret passed away 2 years ago, and that's when everything changed. For most of my life, I was the one holding this family together. I paid for all 3 of my kids' college educations, every single tuition bill, every dorm fee, every textbook. I helped David and Tom with their down payments when they bought their first houses. Sarah too, though she at least paid me back half of it over the years. David got himself into some business trouble back in the early 2000s, and I bailed him out. Then again in 2008, and once more in 2015. I stopped counting after that. Never complained about any of it. That's what family's for, right? When Margaret died, something shifted. The calls that used to come every week dropped to once a month, then only when they needed something. David would say he was too busy with work. Tom claimed the drive was too far, even though he lives 40 minutes away. Sarah at least admitted she was overwhelmed with her own life. The excuses piled up, and I just sat in this house getting quieter and quieter. But they still called when they needed money. Tom needed $5,000 for car repairs last year. I sent it. Sarah needed help with her property taxes 6 months ago. I covered it. I kept giving because I kept hoping that maybe if I helped enough, they'd remember I was still here. That I was still their father, not just a checkbook. 3 months ago, everything came into focus. David showed up on a Tuesday afternoon, unannounced. That should have been my first clue. He never just dropped by anymore. He had a folder tucked under his arm and acted casual about it, asking about my health, talking about his kids, complaining about traffic. Normal stuff. Then he sat down at my kitchen table and slid the folder across to me. He said it was just paperwork to simplify things, for when, to make it easier on everyone later. He used words like estate planning and avoiding probate. He was smooth about it, I'll give him that. Told me his lawyer had already looked everything over and it was all standard. But I've been around long enough to know when something smells wrong. I pretended to read through the pages slowly while he sat there drumming his fingers on the table. That's when I saw it. Transfer of property deed. This wasn't about inheritance planning or making things easier after I died. These papers would transfer my land to him immediately. Right now. The 40 acres my father left me. The property that's apparently worth a fortune now because of all the development happening in the area. My hands started shaking, and it wasn't from old age. It was from pure rage. David kept pushing. He pointed to the signature lines and said to just sign here and here, that he'd get it notarized tomorrow and take care of everything. When I told him I needed to have my own lawyer look at it first, his whole demeanor changed. He got agitated, said it was just standard paperwork, and asked why I didn't trust him. I told him if his lawyer already reviewed it, then surely it could wait for mine to do the same. He left after that, making some excuse about beating rush hour traffic. I sat at that kitchen table for an hour after he drove away, just staring at those papers. I might be old, but I'm not senile. My son hadn't come to visit his father. He'd come to visit an asset. He'd come to take the one thing I had left that was really mine, something my own father worked his whole life for and passed down to me. And he'd tried to do it with a smile and a pen. That night, I couldn't sleep. I got up and went through the old photo albums Margaret used to keep. Pictures of David as a kid, me teaching him how to fish, his high school graduation, his wedding day. I kept asking myself when it happened. When did I stop being his dad and start being his bank? When did he look at me and see dollar signs instead of the man who raised him? I called my lawyer first thing Wednesday morning. I told Richard I needed to see him as soon as possible, that it was urgent. He fit me in that afternoon. If they wanted to treat me like I was already dead, I'd show them what my will really looked like. Richard has been my lawyer for 30 years. When I showed him the papers David tried to make me sign, he went pale. He actually said the words out loud, that my son had tried to pull this. He confirmed everything I'd suspected. If I'd signed those papers, the property would have transferred to David immediately. He could have sold it the next week, and I would have had zero legal recourse. That's when I stopped feeling guilty about what I was about to do. Richard asked me what I wanted to do with the land. I told him to sell it. All of it. His eyebrows went up, but he didn't argue. I bought that land with money from my first real job when I was 23. My father left it to me when he died. It was supposed to be my legacy, something I could pass down the way he passed it down to me. But legacy means nothing if it goes to people who see you as an obstacle instead of a person. I told Richard I wanted the money put in a trust fund for my grandchildren's education. Emma, Lucas, Sophie, and little Michael. They're 7, 5, 9, and 2. These are the kids who still draw me pictures, who still call me just to tell me about their day at school, who hug me without asking for anything first. Richard said he could set it up as an irrevocable trust, funds only accessible for education expenses. I told him to make him and my friend Paul the trustees. No way any of my kids could touch it. The whole process took 6 weeks. The property appraised at $780,000. I had no idea it was worth that much. A developer wanted to build townhomes on it. During those 6 weeks, David called me twice asking about the paperwork. I kept deflecting, telling him I was still reviewing it, that Richard was backed up with other cases. I could hear the impatience in David's voice. The second time he called, he said I was making this harder than it needed to be. That phrase stuck with me. Harder for who, exactly? The sale went through on a Thursday. By Friday afternoon, the money was in the trust fund, split equally among all 4 grandchildren. I kept enough for myself to live comfortably for whatever time I have left. Richard sent the official letters out on Monday morning. David showed up at my house 3 days later, and he didn't come alone. He brought Tom with him. I heard the yelling before they even made it through the door. David was screaming about what the hell I'd done, that the land was his inheritance. I stayed seated in my chair and told him I was still alive, so there was no inheritance yet. He said we had an agreement, that I was supposed to sign those papers. I asked him when I agreed to be robbed. Tom tried to play mediator. He said it wasn't fair to any of them, that they were my children. I told them to act like it then. That's when David's facade completely cracked. He admitted he needed the money badly. He'd made some investments that went south and was about to lose everything. He needed that land to save himself. I asked him if his solution was to take mine. And then he said the thing that I'll never forget. He screamed that I didn't need it, that I was 78 years old and going to die soon anyway. The room went silent. Even Tom looked shocked. That single sentence changed everything. I stood up. I'm not as tall as I used to be, but I stood up anyway. I told David quietly that he betrayed me first when he stopped being my son and started being a vulture. I listed everything. How they all disappeared after Margaret died. How the only time I heard from any of them was when they needed money. How he'd tried to commit fraud against his own father. I told him the part that hurt most wasn't that he wanted my money. It was that he thought I was stupid enough not to notice what he was doing. He tried to backtrack then, stammering that he didn't mean it the way it sounded. I told both of them to get out of my house. Tom hesitated at the door, but David just stormed out. I heard his truck peel out of the driveway. That was 4 weeks ago. David hasn't spoken to me since. Tom sent me one text, apologizing, saying he should have said something when we were all standing there. I didn't respond. Sarah called me crying a few days later. She wasn't involved in any of it, but she said the family was falling apart. I told her it fell apart 2 years ago when Margaret died, and nobody bothered to check if I was okay. She didn't have much to say after that. The relatives have been taking sides. Some think I did the right thing. Others think I'm a bitter old man who destroyed his family over money. Let them think what they want. I know what happened in my kitchen that Tuesday afternoon. David's wife Jennifer showed up alone about 2 weeks after the blow-up. She apologized, said she had no idea what David was planning. I believe her. She's a good woman who got stuck with a husband who makes bad decisions. She's the one who still brings Emma and Lucas by to visit sometimes. The last time she came, she told me David's been telling everyone I'm senile, that I don't understand what I did. I told her I understand perfectly. I understood when he slid those papers across my table, and I understand now. My house is quiet these days. Quieter than when Margaret was alive, but at least it's honest quiet. No more fake phone calls where someone asks about my health for 30 seconds before getting to what they really want. I see my grandchildren occasionally when Jennifer brings them over. They don't understand why Grandpa and Daddy aren't talking anymore. I tell them sometimes families disagree. I don't tell them their father tried to steal from me. They'll figure out who he is on their own eventually. Sarah's been stuck in the middle of all this. She accepted my decision but doesn't understand why I had to be so harsh about it. She thinks I should have just said no to David, not sold everything. I tried to explain that saying no wouldn't have stopped him. A man who shows up at his father's house with fraudulent papers isn't a man who takes no for an answer. He would have kept pushing, kept manipulating, kept trying until he found a way. But Sarah doesn't see it that way. She still brings her kids by, but the visits are stiff now. We talk about the weather and her job, and nothing that matters. I've been thinking a lot about legacy lately. I used to think it meant leaving money, property, something tangible that proved you existed. Now I realize it's more than that. The trust fund will give Emma, Lucas, Sophie, and Michael a chance at good educations. It'll give them opportunities I never had. But more than that, I hope it teaches them something. That your worth isn't measured by what people can take from you. That respect matters more than inheritance. My doctor says I've probably got 5 to 10 years left if I'm lucky. Heart condition, arthritis, the usual problems that come with being almost 80. I may not have much time left, but I've made sure my legacy won't go to those who tried to rob me while I was still breathing. Some days I have regrets about how the family fractured. I think about holidays that'll never happen again, about grandchildren growing up without knowing their cousins as well as they should. But then I remember David's voice saying I was going to die soon anyway, and the regret disappears. Tom sent me another text last week. He said he understood why I was angry, but asked if there was any way to fix this. I didn't respond to that one either. I don't know if there's a way to fix it. I don't even know if I want to fix it. I'm sitting on my porch right now in the smaller house I bought after selling the land. It's easier to maintain, easier to heat in winter. Emma's drawing is on my fridge. She drew me as a superhero with a cape. I look at it every morning when I make my coffee. My phone just buzzed. Text from Sarah asking if I'll talk to David. She says he wants to apologize. I'm staring at the message, trying to figure out what I feel. Part of me wants to forgive him because he's still my son. I still remember teaching him to ride a bike, helping him with his math homework, walking him down the aisle at his wedding. But another part of me remembers sitting at that kitchen table, watching him try to steal my property with a smile on his face. Maybe some things can't be forgiven. Or maybe they can, but the relationship will never be what it was. I don't know yet. I haven't responded to Sarah's text. Jennifer told me something else when she visited. David's in worse financial trouble than I thought. He might actually lose his house. And here I am, sitting with enough money to help him the way I always did before. The way I've helped him his entire life. If I help him now, am I teaching him that betrayal has no consequences? Or am I just being the father I've always been? I have to decide soon, and honestly, I don't know what the right answer is anymore. Guess they forgot who raised them one, 82-year-old grandfather. Never thought I'd be writing something like this. I spent my whole life building a small construction business from the ground up. Long nights, missed vacations, scraped knees and calloused hands, all for my family. My two sons, Michael, 45, and Robert, 42, grew up watching me work myself to the bone. They saw the sacrifices, or at least, I thought they did. When I retired 2 years ago, I handed the business to both of them equally. Didn't ask for a dime. No payment plan, no strings attached. I thought I was giving them security, a legacy they could be proud of. For the first few weeks, they seemed grateful. Michael kept saying he'd make me proud. Robert promised they'd take care of everything. I believed them. Then things started changing. About a month in, they told me not to come by the office during the transition period. Said they needed space to figure out their system. Fair enough, I thought. Another month passed, and suddenly my old ways were confusing the new clients. I'd built relationships with those clients over decades, but whatever. I backed off. By month 3, they outright banned me from coming in. Michael actually said I was in the way. That stung more than I want to admit. The family dinners became less frequent after that. Used to be every Sunday without fail. Then it was every other week. Then once a month. Then whenever they felt like it, I guess. My grandkids stopped coming over entirely. Every time I asked, there was an excuse. Soccer practice, birthday parties, too much homework. After a while, I stopped asking. My 82nd birthday was 6 months after I retired. I waited all day. Made myself a small cake that morning, nothing fancy. Kept checking my phone. By 9 p.m., I finally got a text from Michael saying they were too busy that day, but they'd come by next weekend for sure. Robert didn't even bother texting. Next weekend never came. No follow-up, no apology, nothing. That's when I knew something was deeply wrong. My granddaughter, Emma, 24, was different though. She kept visiting every Sunday for lunch like clockwork. She'd noticed I seemed sadder, more quiet. I tried to hide it, but she saw through me. She didn't push, just stayed close and kept showing up. 3 months after my birthday, 9 months total since I'd retired, both my sons showed up at my door unannounced. They had these smiles plastered on their faces that didn't reach their eyes. The whole thing felt rehearsed. They sat me down and started talking about how I was 82 and living alone in this big house. What if I fell? What if something happened and no one was around? They'd found this nice senior living community, smaller and more manageable. And hey, why don't they handle my finances too? Make things easier for everyone. I understood exactly what they meant. They wanted the house I built with my own hands 50 years ago. The land I inherited from my father. The home where I raised them, where their mother passed away 10 years back. It's worth good money now since the area developed, and I still held 30% stake in the business while they each had 35%. I felt something break inside my chest, but I kept my face neutral. Nodded thoughtfully. Told them that was a lot to think about and I'd need to talk to the family lawyer first. They exchanged a look, thought they were winning. Michael even patted my shoulder like I was a confused child before they left. What they didn't know was that the lawyer was already involved, because 6 months earlier, Emma had saved me from my own silence. I need to explain how this all started, because Emma didn't just randomly decide to help me out of nowhere. 6 months before my sons showed up with their fake concern, Emma had asked if she could help me digitize old family photos and documents. Said she wanted to preserve them before they got damaged. I thought it was sweet, so I said sure. While she was scanning business papers, she found financial statements I'd left in a folder. She saw everything. My sons had given themselves massive raises the second they took over, took out loans against the business for God knows what, were systematically devaluing my 30% stake. Then she found emails on my computer. I'd left it open one day, discussing how to get the house and manage the old man. Emma came to me the following Sunday, quiet and serious. told me she'd seen something she needed to show me. When she laid it all out, I felt sick. I wasn't entirely surprised given how cold they'd been, but seeing it in black and white was different. She looked me in the eye and said she wouldn't let them take advantage of me. We contacted my family lawyer that week, same guy I'd trusted for 30 years. Over the next 6 months, we quietly restructured everything, created new trust documents. The house, the land, my 30% of the business, all of it redirected to Emma. Left my sons small monetary amounts, just enough that they couldn't easily contest it. Gave Emma power of attorney in case I became incapacitated. My lawyer made sure it was airtight. During all this, I still met my sons for the occasional dinner. Acted normal. Waited. Now, back to 2 weeks after they proposed moving me out. They came back with a folder full of paperwork. Power of attorney documents with their names on it. Pre-approval forms for selling the house. Applications for that senior living facility they'd picked out. They sat at my kitchen table looking so confident, so sure of themselves. I pulled out my own folder. Told them before I signed anything, they needed to look at these first. Handed over copies of the new trust documents. Watching their faces change as they read was something I'll never forget. Michael's face turned red. His voice came out strangled, asking what the hell this was. Robert started shaking, asking if I was serious. I kept my voice steady. Told them they made their choice when they cut me out of their lives. When they stopped bringing the grandkids around. When my birthday wasn't worth an hour of their time. They wanted my assets, not my company. So I was cutting them out of my future. Michael exploded immediately, started yelling about how Emma had manipulated me, poisoned me against my own sons. Robert tried a different angle, tears, voice breaking, saying they were just worried about me and loved me, that this was all a misunderstanding. I shut that down fast, told them Emma was the only one who remembered I was still alive. She had lunch with me every Sunday. Where were they? She called to check on me. When did they last do that? She didn't manipulate me. She saved me. I reminded them I'd built a business from nothing. I wasn't senile or confused. I remembered everything. Every missed call. Every broken promise. Every time they made me feel like a burden. Robert stormed out first, slammed the door hard enough to rattle the frame. Michael stayed longer, tried to argue, said I'd regret this, and the family would fall apart because of me. I told him it already had. He just hadn't noticed because he was never around to see it. He left without another word. Neither of them asked if I was okay or how I was feeling, just left. Things are different now. Emma comes over 3 times a week, sometimes more. I'm teaching her everything I know about the business, the real stuff, not just what's in the books. How to read a client, how to bid a job fairly, how to manage crews who've been doing this longer than she's been alive. She actually listens, takes notes, asks questions that show she's thinking about the long game. We cook dinner together sometimes, watch old movies, talk for hours about nothing and everything. She brings her friends over occasionally, and the house feels alive again in a way it hasn't since my wife passed. Emma started attending company meetings last month, learning the trade from the ground up, the way I did it. The clients respond well to her. She's got ideas about modernizing some of our processes, but she respects the foundation, wants to blend the old with the new instead of throwing everything out. That's smart. That's someone who actually cares about what we built. I haven't heard from Michael in 2 months. Robert sent one text about a month ago saying he hoped I was happy. That was it. Haven't seen my other grandkids at all. My sons are keeping them away, using them as punishment, I guess. I miss those kids more than I can say, but I won't beg. If Michael and Robert wanted to reconcile for real, actually apologize and rebuild something genuine, my door would be open. But not for manipulation. Not for money. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I was too harsh. Then I remember sitting alone on my 82nd birthday with a cake I made myself, waiting for a visit that never came. I remember the way they looked at my house like it was already theirs. The regrets I have aren't about my decision. They're about how my sons turned out. I wonder where I went wrong raising them. Maybe it wasn't me, though. Maybe it was just greed, plain and simple. When I'm gone, Emma will have everything. The house will stay in the family with someone who actually appreciates it. The business will continue with someone who cares about more than profit margins. My sons will inherit exactly what they earned, the consequences of their neglect. Maybe that's a lesson I should have taught them earlier, but better late than never. People always said I was getting forgetful in my old age. My sons probably believed that too. Probably thought they could take advantage of the confused old man who didn't understand what was happening. Turns out my memory works just fine. I remember every dismissal, every cold shoulder, every calculated move they made. Last week I got a letter from Michael's lawyer. They're considering contesting the trust.
Emma's worried, but my lawyer says they don't have a case. Everything was done properly while I was clearly competent. Part of me hopes they'll just let it go, and maybe we can salvage something someday. Part of me is fully prepared to see them in court if that's what they want. The hearing is scheduled for next month if they decide to move forward. My lawyer is confident, but he also warned me that family law can be unpredictable. Judges sometimes have their own ideas about how things should go. I'm 82 years old, and my health isn't what it used to be. I might not even be around to see how this all ends. And honestly, even if Emma and I win, I can't stop thinking about whether protecting her was worth watching my family completely fall apart. Or maybe my sons tore it apart the moment they decided I was a burden instead of their father. Guess they forgot who raised them. I'm 79 years old and I have 3 kids. James, 45, Carol, 48, and Patricia, 50. I also have 6 grandkids spread between them. I spent my entire life working 2 jobs to make sure they had everything they needed. My wife Linda and I lived in the same house for 53 years. We raised our kids there, paid off the mortgage in 1998. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was ours. Linda died 2 years ago. That's when everything changed. For the first few months after her funeral, I tried to keep going on my own. I cooked, cleaned, kept the garden up the way she would have wanted. But my kids started calling more often. At first I thought they were just being thoughtful. James would call every few days asking if I was okay, if I needed anything. Carol would bring it up during family dinners, about how I shouldn't be alone in that big house. Even Patricia, who I barely talked to anymore, sent me a text saying I should consider moving in with one of them. I kept telling them I was fine, but James wouldn't let it go. He started showing up unannounced, walking through the house and pointing out everything that could be dangerous. The stairs were too steep. The bathroom didn't have grab bars. The kitchen was a fire hazard because I left the stove on once. He made it sound like I was one fall away from dying alone on the floor. 3 months after Linda's funeral, James sat me down at my kitchen table. He said he and his wife Denise had talked it over with Carol, and they all agreed I should move in with him. He said they had the space, that I'd be safe there, that they could take care of me. Denise smiled and nodded the whole time. James painted this picture of family dinners and helping with the grandkids and being part of their daily lives. He promised I'd have my own space and my own privacy. I didn't want to leave my home, but I was tired and lonely, and after weeks of them pushing, I gave in. I thought maybe they were right.
The house sold fast. James handled everything because he said it would be less stressful for me. It sold for $385,000. I signed whatever papers James brought home.
He told me the money would go toward my care and future expenses, and we'd figure out the details later. I trusted him. He was my son. I moved into James and Denise's place on a Tuesday in October, 2 years ago. They showed me to the basement. James said it was just temporary until they got my room upstairs ready. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floors, one small bathroom, a pull-out couch in the corner, and a TV on a folding table. There was one narrow window near the ceiling that only showed part of the driveway. Temporary became permanent. Weeks went by, then months. Every time I asked about the upstairs room, James had an excuse. Still renovating. Contractor flaked. Give us a few more weeks, Dad. Dinner became leftovers on a plastic tray, brought down around 7 every night by Denise or one of the kids. They'd knock, leave it at the bottom of the stairs, and leave. I ate alone in that basement every single night. I could hear them upstairs, laughing and talking during family dinners that I wasn't part of. I tried joining them a few times. I'd go upstairs and sit at the table. The conversation would stop. James would get tense and tell me they were in the middle of something, that maybe I should give them some family time. Family time. I was family. When they had friends over, I wasn't introduced. Once I came upstairs to get water and James's friend Rick was there. I said hello. Rick looked confused and asked if I was James's dad. James just nodded and said I was staying with them for a while, that I liked my privacy downstairs. That's what he told people, that I liked it down there. That's when I started to understand. I wasn't living with them. I was being hidden. 6 months in, I asked James about the money from the house sale. Where did it go? What account was it in? He got defensive immediately and asked if I didn't trust him. I dropped it, but I never stopped wondering. Then, one night 3 weeks ago, I couldn't sleep. I went upstairs around 11 to get water. The kitchen light was off, but I could hear James and Denise talking in the living room. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs when I heard my name. Denise asked how much longer they had to do this. She said I was depressing, that the kids didn't want to be around me, that I was always asking about the money. James sighed and said once I was gone, the money would be theirs. He said I couldn't live much longer anyway. I was 79. Just be patient. I stood there in the dark and didn't move. I barely breathed. Denise laughed and said she just wanted to redo the kitchen and finally take that trip to Italy. But they were stuck playing nurse to someone who just sat in the basement all day. James told her he knew, but they were almost there. Just hang on. I went back downstairs without getting water. I sat on that pull-out couch until the sun came up. The next morning, I knew I had to do something. I hadn't spoken to Patricia in almost 15 years. We had a bad falling out when she divorced her first husband and married a woman named Karen. I said things I shouldn't have, old-fashioned, ignorant things that I'm ashamed of now. She told me she didn't need my approval and stopped coming around. I was too stubborn to apologize back then. Linda tried to fix it before she died, but I wouldn't budge. I called Patricia from the basement. My hands were shaking so bad I almost couldn't dial. She answered on the 3rd ring and just said my name like a question, like she couldn't believe it was really me. I told her I needed help. She went quiet for a second, then asked what was wrong. I told her everything. The basement, the leftovers on trays, what I overheard James and Denise say the night before. By the time I finished, I could hear her crying on the other end. She said she was coming to get me that day and told me not to leave the basement until she got there. She showed up 4 hours later. I heard the doorbell, heard James answer, then heard Patricia's voice cutting through the house asking where I was. James tried to say something, but she didn't wait. She came straight down the basement stairs, and when she saw where I'd been living, she just stopped and stared. She looked at the concrete floor, the pull-out couch, the tray with dried-up meatloaf from the night before still sitting there. She put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes filled up with tears. She asked how long I'd been down there. I told her almost 2 years. She turned around and went back upstairs. I could hear her screaming at James. She was asking how he could stick me in a basement and where the hell the money from my house went. James tried to talk over her, saying I wanted privacy and that I was fine, that the money was being used for my care. Patricia wasn't having it. She yelled back, asking what kind of care involved keeping someone in a basement like a prisoner. Then, Denise made the mistake of jumping in. She told Patricia she hadn't been around for years and didn't get to come in and judge them. She said they'd been taking care of me while Patricia was off playing house with her wife. Patricia went quiet. Then she told them to pack my things, or she was calling the police and Adult Protective Services. I moved in with Patricia and Karen that same day. Their house is completely different from James's place. It has windows everywhere and smells like coffee and cinnamon rolls. They gave me the guest room upstairs with a real bed and photos on the walls. Karen cooks dinner every night, and we all eat together at the table. Patricia actually talks to me about her day and asks about mine. The first night I was there, I apologized for everything I said 15 years ago, for being a stubborn, judgmental old man who couldn't accept her for who she was. We both cried and she hugged me and said she'd missed me. But Patricia didn't just bring me to her house. She brought a lawyer the next week. His name was Martin, sharp guy in his 50s who asked a lot of questions. Where did the money go? Did I sign anything? Did James give me any documentation? Turns out James never set up a trust or put the money in any account with my name on it. He just deposited all $385,000 into his personal checking account. Martin said because there was no legal documentation showing I gifted James that money, and because I was living under his care when it happened, the money legally still belonged to me. James had basically stolen it. Martin filed a lawsuit. James was served with papers demanding full repayment plus damages for financial exploitation of an elderly person. James called me 2 days later, screaming. He asked how I could sue him, my own son, after everything he'd done for me. I asked him what exactly he'd done besides locking me in a basement and waiting for me to die. He said he gave me a place to live. I told him he stole my money and hid me like I was something to be ashamed of. He went quiet. Then his voice changed. He got desperate and said he'd lose the house, that Denise would leave him, that the kids would suffer. I told him he should have thought about that before he forgot I was still alive. Then I hung up. The court case moved faster than I expected. Martin told me cases involving elder abuse and financial exploitation get prioritized. James tried to claim the money was a gift, but he had no paperwork, no documentation, nothing. I had the deed to the house with my name on it. I had the sale documents showing the money went straight into his account, and I had my testimony about the basement. The judge ruled in my favor. James was ordered to repay the full $385,000, plus legal fees and damages.
The total came out to about $425,000. He didn't have it. He'd spent most of it on the new kitchen Denise wanted, new cars, a vacation to Mexico, private school for the kids. The judge put a lien on his house. James had 6 months to pay, or the house would be sold to cover the debt. But that wasn't the end of it. During the proceedings, the judge asked about my living conditions. When I described the basement, the isolation, the way I was hidden from visitors, she made a note. Then she asked if James's children still lived in the home. I said yes. She ordered a child welfare investigation. Her reasoning was that if James treated his own father like that, how were the children being treated? The investigation didn't find abuse exactly, but it found neglect. The house was apparently a mess. The kids were often left alone.
James and Denise were more focused on spending money than actually parenting. Temporary custody was removed. The kids went to live with Carol, while James and Denise attended parenting classes and therapy. Carol called me after it happened, and she was furious. She said I was tearing the family apart and asked if I understood what I'd done. I told her I understood perfectly. She hasn't called me since. James called me one more time after he lost custody. He was crying, telling me I'd destroyed his life, that he lost his kids, was losing his house, and Denise was talking about divorce. He asked how I could do this to him. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just told him he destroyed himself when he forgot I was still alive. He hung up. I haven't heard from him since. I'm still living with Patricia and Karen. It's been 4 months now. I wake up to the smell of coffee every morning. I help Karen with her garden on nice days. Patricia and I watch old movies on Friday nights. I feel like a person again. I feel like I matter. The money from the lawsuit is being held in a trust that Martin set up. When I die, it'll go to Patricia.
Not James, not Carol, just Patricia, the one who remembered I was her father. James sold the house last month to cover what he owed me. I heard through Carol that he and Denise are renting a small apartment now. The kids are still with Carol. I don't know if he'll ever get them back. Sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing, if I ruined my son's life over money. But then I remember that basement. I remember the tray of leftovers left at the bottom of the stairs. I remember him saying once I was gone, the money would be theirs. And I don't feel bad anymore. Patricia asked me yesterday if I regretted calling her or filing the lawsuit. I told her no. I regret that it took me so long. I regret wasting 15 years being angry at her for living her life. I regret not seeing who James really was until it was almost too late. But I don't regret taking my life back. James will recover or he won't. Either way, that's not my problem anymore. I did what I had to do to survive. I'm just glad I figured it out before it was too late.
If they wanted my money, they should have been kinder. I'm Robert, 82, and for the past 3 months, I've been living what I thought would be my golden years with my daughter Claire, 54, and her husband Mark, 56. My wife Margaret passed 6 months ago after 58 years of marriage, and honestly, I was lost. The house felt too big, too quiet. When Claire showed up at my door insisting I move in with her family, promising love and support and telling me it would be a place where I'd never feel alone, I actually believed her. I thought maybe this was what I needed. The first month was pleasant enough. Claire made me tea every evening. We'd sit and talk about Margaret, about the old days. Her kids would stop by occasionally. I felt grateful. I'd made the right choice leaving my empty house behind, or so I thought. Then one morning, everything changed. I woke up early, around 5:30 like I always do, and headed toward the kitchen for some water. That's when I heard them. Claire and Mark were talking in low voices at the kitchen table. I was about to walk in when I heard Mark say it. Just keep him comfortable until we get the inheritance sorted. Claire said something back, but I couldn't hear it clearly. I just stood there in the hallway, my hand on the wall, feeling like someone had punched me in the chest. I went back to my room and sat on the edge of the bed for an hour. This was never about love. This was about money. After that conversation, I started noticing things I'd been too grief-stricken to see before. My mail stopped coming. When I asked about it, Claire would wave her hand and say it was just junk, nothing important. Then she mentioned my lawyer wasn't returning their calls, which was odd because I never asked them to contact my lawyer in the first place. The whole tone of the house shifted. Evening conversations stopped. I was eating dinner in my room most nights. They'd give me this small, tight smile when I walked into a room, then wait for me to leave.
The real wake-up call came about 2 weeks after I overheard them.
Claire brought me some papers one evening, put them on my lap while I was watching TV. She said they were routine paperwork, just updating my medical directives. She kept telling me to sign here and here, flipping pages fast like she was in a hurry. But I caught it, right there at the top of the page. Power of attorney. I've been a banker for 40 years. I know every legal form there is. I know what a power of attorney means. They wanted control of everything. I told her my reading glasses weren't working right, that I'd sign it tomorrow after I got new ones. The look on her face was barely concealed frustration. She took the papers and left my room without another word. That night I couldn't sleep. I realized they thought old meant stupid. They thought I was just some confused, grieving old man they could manipulate. And maybe I had been acting that way, shuffling around, being passive, letting them make decisions. But I'm not stupid. I'm not confused. And I wasn't going to confront them because I knew that would be too risky. They controlled my living situation, my daily life. Instead, I decided to play their game better than they could. That's when I decided to become exactly what they thought I was, a confused, frail old man who couldn't possibly outsmart them. The next morning, I started my performance. I began asking Claire to repeat things, cupping my ear like I couldn't hear properly. I fumbled with my phone, asking how to answer calls I knew perfectly well how to answer. When they showed me documents, I'd squint and say the print was too small, that I couldn't make sense of it without help. They ate it up. Within days, they were talking freely around me like I wasn't even there. I need to explain about my sister Helen's kids. Helen passed 10 years ago, but her children, David, 48, and Linda, 45, never forgot about their uncle. They've been visiting me every single week since Margaret died.
They bring their own kids. We share meals. They actually talk to me like I'm a person instead of a problem to solve. Not once have they asked about money or inheritance. They just show up because they want to. During one of David's visits, I told Claire I needed help understanding a phone call from my doctor. Got David alone in my room and dropped the whole confused old man act. I explained everything. The overheard conversation, the power of attorney form, all of it. David was furious, but I stopped him. I told him I needed his help, not his anger. We planned it out. David would drive me to my lawyer's office under the pretense of a doctor's appointment. I told Claire that's where we were going, and she didn't even blink. At the lawyer's office, I changed everything. New will, completely rewritten. The house, my pension, my savings, all of it goes to David and Linda now. My lawyer is someone I've known for 30 years. There was no confusion, no manipulation, just clear legal documentation. Papers signed, notarized, sealed. Done. Back at Claire's house, things got worse. Mark started suggesting I should think about selling my old house. Claire brought up helping manage my accounts. Then they mentioned nursing homes, just as a backup option, they said, but the threat was clear. Cooperate, or we'll put you somewhere you really won't like. I just kept nodding along, mumbling about whatever they thought was best. Yesterday morning, Claire asked me to sit down. Mark was there too, both of them looking serious. They'd been thinking about my future, they said. They wanted me to transfer the house to them for safekeeping. You know, in case something happens, because I'm getting older. Claire had this fake concern plastered on her face, while Mark watched me with calculating eyes. I told them I'd think about it. That evening, I asked them both to sit down. I told them they were right, that I should handle my affairs properly. Then I pulled out the manila envelope I'd been keeping in my cardigan pocket. Claire's eyes lit up. She thought this was it, thought she'd won. I slid it across the table and told them I'd already taken care of everything, that they didn't need to worry anymore. She opened it, and I watched her face drain of color. Inside was a copy of the updated will, with their names completely absent. Also a note listing David and Linda as the beneficiaries of my entire estate. Mark started stuttering something about a misunderstanding,
but I was already standing up. I grabbed my cane and looked at both of them. I told them they don't get to inherit a heart they chose to break. Claire tried to say they were just trying to help. I cut her off. I told her I heard what they said that morning, that I heard all of it, that they thought old meant stupid, and they were wrong. I called David that same evening. Within an hour, he showed up with Linda. We packed my things, which honestly wasn't much because I'd never fully unpacked in the first place. Claire and Mark hovered in the doorway, making excuses, trying to explain, but I didn't look back. The drive to David's house was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that felt peaceful instead of suffocating. That was 3 weeks ago. I'm living with David and his family now, and it's completely different. I have my own space, actual privacy, a door that's mine. They include me in everything: meals, game nights, even asking my opinion on things that matter. David's teenage kids actually come to me for advice about school and life. Linda visits twice a week and brings her grandchildren. This is what family is supposed to feel like. I've caught myself laughing again, something I hadn't done once during those 3 months at Claire's. Claire has called 17 times. I've counted. I haven't answered a single call. She sent letters too, saying they can explain, that I misunderstood everything. Mark sent an email asking to discuss this rationally, like I'm the one being irrational. I delete them all. David told me Claire went to my lawyer's office trying to contest the will. The lawyer apparently told her it's ironclad, that there are no grounds to challenge it. She's going to receive exactly what she gave me, which is nothing. I sit in David's garden most mornings with my coffee and think about Margaret. I wonder what she would say about all this. She always saw the best in Claire, made excuses for her when she forgot birthdays or didn't call for months. Would Margaret be heartbroken, or would she understand why I did what I did? I don't regret my decision, but I do grieve the daughter I thought I had. You can't inherit what you never earned, and Claire never earned my trust back after she broke it. Yesterday, something happened that I'm still processing. Claire showed up at David's door unannounced. David answered and turned her away before I could even get up from my chair, but I saw her through the window. She looked desperate, older somehow, like the past few weeks had aged her. Part of me felt something when I saw her face, but I can't tell if it was pity or satisfaction, or just sadness for what could have been. She left an envelope in the mailbox before she drove away. David brought it to me, and I've been staring at it ever since. It's sitting on my dresser right now, unopened. I don't know what's inside. Maybe it's an apology. Maybe it's more manipulation. Maybe it's her trying to explain herself or justify what she did. The thing is, I spent 3 months in her house being ignored, being treated like a wallet with a pulse. She had all that time to talk to me, to treat me like her father instead of an inheritance problem. Now she wants to say something, and I'm supposed to just listen? Part of me wants to open it. The other part thinks she deserves the same silence she gave me when I needed a daughter, not someone counting down the days until I died.
Never thought I'd outsmart my own children at this age.
I'm Margaret, 82, and for most of my life I believed my 3 children, Linda, 56, Robert, 53, and Karen, 49, loved me the way I loved them, deeply, without condition. The way I loved them when they were babies, when they were teenagers going through their rebellious phases, when they got married and had their own kids. I thought that's just what family was. I was wrong. My husband Thomas died 8 years ago, heart attack, quick and painless, which I'm grateful for. He left me the house he built with his own hands back in 1978. Nothing fancy, just a 3-bedroom ranch on half an acre. But it was ours. After he died, I lived there alone. I was doing fine, really. Sure, I had some heart problems and my knees weren't what they used to be, but I could manage. I had my routines, my garden, my neighbors who'd check in on me. Then Linda started calling more often. Every few days turned into every day. Always the same concern in her voice. Mom, you shouldn't be by yourself anymore. What if you fall? What if something happens and nobody finds you for days? She painted these horrible pictures in my head until I started believing them myself. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was being stubborn, trying to stay independent at my age. She convinced me to sell the house and move in with her and her husband, Dave. She made it sound perfect. We'll take care of you, Mom. You can relax, enjoy your retirement, be around family. We'll convert the garage into a nice space just for you. It sounded good when she said it. I was lonely after Thomas died, and the house felt too big with just me rattling around in it. The house sold for $340,000. Linda said she needed $200,000 for expenses. Renovations to make room for me, she said. Paying off some debts so they could focus on my care without financial stress. She made it sound so reasonable. I gave her the money. Kept $140,000 for myself just in case. I don't know why I did that. Some instinct, maybe. Thomas always said I had good instincts about people, even if I didn't always listen to them. 3 months after I moved in, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. It started small. Linda asking me to do the dishes since I was home anyway. Then it was cooking dinner because she worked late. Then laundry. Then cleaning the whole house. I became a live-in maid who paid $800 a month in rent for a converted garage space with a bathroom and a hot plate. The renovations Linda promised never happened. They just cleared out Dave's tools and put in a bed and a dresser. Linda and Dave went out constantly. Dinners, movies, weekend trips. They'd come home late expecting food ready. Dave started complaining about utilities going up, hinting that I should contribute more. Certain foods in the pantry had tape on them with labels. Don't touch. This is for Dave's lunches. I bought my own groceries with my Social Security check and tried to stay out of their way. Robert and Karen never visited. Not once. They'd call Linda to ask how I was doing, but never called me directly. It was like I'd become this thing they could check off their worry list without actually dealing with me. 2.5 months in, I couldn't sleep one night. My knees were aching, and the garage gets cold even with the space heater. I got up around 2 in the morning to get some water. The house was dark except for a light in the kitchen. I heard voices. I stopped in the hallway. I should have announced myself, but something made me stay quiet. Linda's voice came through clearly. I can't wait until she's gone. Then we can finally redo this kitchen. Maybe take that trip to Europe we've been talking about. Dave answered. How much longer do you think? She looks pretty healthy to me. Linda laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. God, I hope not long. She's taking up so much space. And the complaining. Did you hear her going on about her knees yesterday? I stood there in the dark hallway in my nightgown, holding my empty water glass. I don't remember walking back to the garage. I just remember sitting on the edge of my bed as the sun came up, understanding for the first time that my daughter was waiting for me to die. That the money was gone. That I'd sold my husband's house, the one he built for us, and given the profits to someone who saw me as an inconvenience with an expiration date. I didn't cry right away. The crying came later, night after night, quiet tears into my pillow so they wouldn't hear. But in that moment, sitting there watching the sunrise through the small garage window, I just felt cold. And I started thinking about what Thomas would tell me to do. 2 weeks after I heard that conversation, something happened that changed everything. It was a Tuesday afternoon. Linda was at work. Dave was playing golf like he did every Tuesday and Thursday. I was folding laundry in the garage when the doorbell rang. I almost didn't answer it. I'd learned to keep my head down, stay invisible. But it rang again, so I went. Henry Morrison stood on the porch. He was my old lawyer, the one who'd handled the house sale. 67, sharp as ever, holding his briefcase. He asked if he could come in. I made us tea and we sat in the living room, Linda's living room, surrounded by the new furniture she'd bought with my money. He told me something had felt off during the house sale. Linda had been pushy, tried to get power of attorney papers signed without me really understanding what they were. He'd shut that down, but it had bothered him enough that he wanted to check on me, see how I was doing. I broke down, told him everything. The rent, the chores, the locked pantry, the conversation I'd overheard. He sat there listening, his face getting harder with each detail. When I finished, he said we needed to talk about protecting myself.
He came back the following week with documents. We set up a new will first. The old one split everything 3 ways between Linda, Robert, and Karen. Fair and equal, the way I thought parents were supposed to do it. Henry suggested we make some changes. Then he helped me open a new account at a different bank for my remaining $140,000. Linda didn't know about this account. I'd kept that money separate, and now I understood why my instincts had told me to. That's when Henry found something else. He pulled up my old account statements, the one Linda had access to for groceries. Another $30,000 was gone, withdrawn over 3 months in amounts between $500 and $2,000. When I confronted Linda about it later, she had excuses. The grocery bills were high, she said. She'd had to pay for my medications, utilities, expenses I was causing. None of it added up, but what could I do? I'd given her the debit card voluntarily. Henry got me a new card and froze the old account. We documented everything. Every withdrawal, every expense Linda claimed was for me. We kept receipts showing I bought my own groceries, paid for my own medications. He was building a case, he said, just in case. The new will left everything to Jason, my grandson. Robert's son, 28 years old. He was the only grandchild who visited me regularly, and he never asked for anything. He'd just come by to talk. Tell me about his job, his girlfriend, ask about Thomas and the old days. He visited me more in 3 months at Linda's house than my own children had in 3 years. Henry suggested we include a detailed letter with the will explaining exactly why I was doing this. We documented everything Linda and Dave had done. Things got worse at home after I froze the account. Linda discovered she couldn't access it anymore and exploded. "What did you do?" she demanded. "I can't access your account." I played dumb. Told her the bank had called about suspicious activity and must have frozen it for security. I watched her face cycle through anger and panic before she controlled herself. She stopped buying extra groceries after that. Said I needed to pay for my own food on top of the $800 rent. Dave started making comments about retirement homes. "Wouldn't you be more comfortable with people your age, Margaret? More activities, more social interaction?" They were trying to push me out now that the money had dried up. I called Henry, told him I thought it was time. He found a place called Meadowbrook Senior Living, $3,200 a month, which I could afford with my savings and Social Security. It was actually nice, clean, safe, actual activities and people who wanted to be there. I told Linda I was visiting a friend for the weekend. Henry picked me up Friday morning with my important documents and clothes. We went straight to Meadowbrook and I signed the lease. The following Monday, while Linda was at work, Henry came back with a moving truck. We cleared out my things from the garage. I left a note on the kitchen counter. "I've moved out. Don't contact me unless it's an emergency. My lawyer has my information if you need it." I didn't answer my phone for 3 weeks. Linda left 47 voicemails. I listened to them once. The first few were angry. "How dare you just leave? Who do you think you are? After everything we did for you." Then they turned panicked. "Mom, please call me back. We need to talk.
I'm worried about you." The last ones were just crying. I deleted them all and changed my number. About a month after I moved into Meadowbrook, Linda finally showed up. I was in the common room playing cards with some new friends when the receptionist told me I had a visitor. I knew who it was before I even looked up. Linda stood by the door, makeup running, eyes red. She asked if we could talk somewhere private. I should have said no, but part of me wanted to hear what she'd say. We went to one of the small sitting rooms off the main lobby. She started crying immediately, going on about how sorry she was and how she didn't mean those things I'd heard. They were just stressed, she said. Money was tight. Dave was going through some things. She made excuses for 30 minutes straight without taking a breath. Then she got to the real reason she came. She was in financial trouble. The $200,000 I'd given her was gone. New kitchen, new cars, a vacation to Mexico, and Dave's gambling debts I didn't even know existed. She'd been counting on inheriting the rest when I died, had planned her finances around it. Henry had told her the will was changed, and everything was going to Jason now. She actually said it out loud. "Mom, you can't do this to me. I'm your daughter." I stayed calm, told her she wanted me gone, so now I was gone. She tried to deny it, but I recounted that kitchen conversation, word for word. Her face went completely white. "You heard that," she said. Not a question, a statement. I told her I heard everything, how she locked food away from me, how she and Dave whispered about being comfortable once I died, how I was taking up space in her house. Every single thing. She switched tactics then. More tears, more apologies. She'd make it up to me, she promised. We could start over. I could move back in and things would be different. I asked her why I'd believe that. She didn't have an answer. When the crying didn't work, she got angry. Started yelling about everything she'd done for me. Taking me in, giving me a place to live, cooking for me. I reminded her that I'd cooked for her, cleaned for her, paid her $800 a month to sleep in her garage. She told me I was ungrateful, that I was a spiteful old woman who'd regret this. I told her the only thing I regretted was not seeing who she really was sooner. She left after that. Slammed the door hard enough that people in the common room looked up. Henry called me the next day. Linda had contacted him about contesting the will. He assured me it was ironclad. I was of sound mind. We had documentation of everything, and Jason didn't even know about the inheritance yet. There was nothing she could do. Robert called for the first time in over a year. Linda must have told him because all he wanted to know was if it was true I was giving everything to Jason. I said yes. He asked why, and I told him Jason was the only one who treated me like family. He hung up without saying goodbye. Karen never called at all. Jason came to visit that Sunday like he always did. Brought me flowers and told me about his new job and his girlfriend, Sarah. He mentioned inviting Linda to his birthday party next month, but she'd said she was too upset with the family right now. He seemed confused by it, asked if I knew what was going on. I told him some relationships get complicated as you get older. We left it at that. It's been 6 months now since I moved to Meadowbrook. I have book club on Tuesdays, painting class on Thursdays, and friends who actually want to spend time with me. Linda sends emails every few weeks, still trying. Can we please talk about the will? I need help with something. Dave left me, each one more desperate than the last. I don't respond. Robert sent a card for my 83rd birthday 2 months ago. Generic message from the drugstore. No visit, no phone call. Karen sent nothing. Jason visits every other week and calls me on Wednesdays just to chat. He still doesn't know about the will or what his aunt did. Sometimes I think I should tell him before I'm gone so he understands why. Other times I think maybe he's better off not knowing how ugly his family can be. Last week Linda showed up at Meadowbrook again. I saw her from my window, sitting in the lobby for 3 hours. I didn't go down. She finally left an envelope at the front desk.
The receptionist brought it up to me. Inside were foreclosure papers and a letter begging for a loan to save her house. I haven't opened the envelope since I read the first page. It sits on my nightstand now. Henry says if I give her money, even a small amount, it could complicate the will. But sometimes, late at night, I look at it and wonder if I'm being cruel. Then I remember crying myself to sleep in that garage while my daughter waited for me to die. The envelope stays sealed. I may be old, but I'm not helpless. Betrayal hurts worse than any disease I could catch at this age. But revenge, especially the quiet kind, soothes the ache just fine.
Shattered trust. I'm a 78-year-old grandfather, and I thought I raised my family better than this. When my wife passed away 2 years ago, I updated my will. My plan was simple: leave everything to my only grandson, Liam. The house, my savings, and the farmland that's been in my family for 4 generations. Everything would go to him. My 2 daughters were furious when they found out, but I had my reasons. They'd spent years arguing about who deserved more of my money, calling me up only when they needed something, always competing with each other over who was the better daughter. It was exhausting. Liam was different, or at least I thought he was. He's 23, fresh out of college, and he visited me every week. He'd mow my lawn without being asked, drive me to doctor appointments, help me fix things around the house. We'd sit on the porch and talk about everything: his job, his girlfriend, his plans for the future. He never once brought up money or inheritance, never asked for a dime. That's why I chose him. He was the only one who seemed to care about me as a person, not as a bank account waiting to be emptied. A few months ago, everything changed. I had a health scare, nothing fatal, but serious enough that I ended up in the hospital for a week. Suddenly, my daughters were everywhere. They showed up at the hospital with flowers and concerned faces, something I hadn't seen from them in years. They started talking about helping me manage my affairs, insisting I needed their support. They even brought some expensive lawyer around, someone they'd apparently hired to help me organize my estate. I told them no. Something about the whole thing felt wrong. That's when I heard it. I was supposed to be resting upstairs one afternoon. My daughters had come over with Liam, and I'd told them I was going to take a nap. But I couldn't sleep, so I got up to get some water. As I walked toward the stairs, I heard their voices coming from the living room. They thought I was out of earshot. My oldest daughter was talking to Liam. She said it clearly, no hesitation in her voice. Keep Grandpa happy. Be the favorite. Get everything in the will, and we'll split it once he's gone. I froze at the top of the stairs. Liam didn't argue. He didn't defend me or tell them they were being horrible. He just asked what his cut would be. They worked out the math right there. 1/3 each, easy split. My younger daughter even laughed and said I was making this too easy for them by putting everything in Liam's name. They just had to wait me out. They were waiting for me to die so they could cash out my life. I stood there for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute. Then I quietly walked back to my room and closed the door. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just sat on the edge of my bed and stared at the wall, trying to process what I'd just heard. The people I loved most in this world were counting down the days until my funeral, so they could divide up my belongings like I was already gone. I didn't confront them. I went back downstairs 20 minutes later and acted like nothing had happened. Liam gave me a hug goodbye. My daughters kissed my cheek and told me they'd check on me soon. I smiled and thanked them for coming. But I'd already made my decision. If they wanted to play this game, I was going to make sure I won. The next morning, I called a lawyer.
Not the one my daughters had tried to push on me, but someone I'd known for years through my wife's family. I told him everything I'd overheard and what I wanted to do. He didn't judge me or try to talk me out of it. He just listened and then helped me make it happen. First, the farmland. It had been in my family since my great-grandfather bought it in 1903. I'd always imagined it staying in the family, being passed down to Liam and eventually his kids. But that dream died the moment I heard him agree to their plan. I donated all 160 acres to a non-profit that helps young farmers get started. My great-grandfather would have approved of that more than watching his land get sold off and split 3 ways by people who'd never worked a day on it. The savings came next. I had a decent amount put away. Not rich by any means, but enough that they'd been salivating over it. I established a trust for the children's hospital 2 towns over. My wife had volunteered there for years before she got sick. It felt right. The house was harder. I'd lived there for 43 years, raised my daughters there, celebrated holidays there, watched my wife take her last breaths in our bedroom upstairs. But I couldn't let them have it. I put it on the market and it sold within a month. The entire proceeds went to the hospice that had taken care of my wife during her final weeks. Those nurses had shown us more compassion in 6 weeks than my own daughters had shown me in years. For each of them, I left exactly $1. My lawyer suggested it. Apparently leaving them nothing at all could be contested, but leaving them something specific, no matter how small, showed clear intent. $1 each. That's what their betrayal earned them. The whole process took about 2 months to finalize. During that time, they kept up the act. My daughters called regularly to check on me, their voices dripping with fake concern. Liam still came by every week, still helped with the lawn, still sat on the porch with me like we were best friends. I watched him laugh at my jokes and ask about my day, knowing the entire time he was counting down until I died. It was torture, but I didn't break. I played along. I thanked them for their visits. I told Liam how much his help meant to me. I even mentioned the will once or twice, just to keep them hooked. The look in their eyes when I brought it up, that eager, greedy spark, made it easier to go through with everything. Last weekend, they all came over together. My daughters claimed they wanted to take me out to dinner, but I know they were really checking on how much time I had left. I told them I wasn't feeling up to going out, so we just sat in the living room. That's when I handed them each a sealed envelope. I told them I'd updated some paperwork and wanted them to have copies. They opened them right there, probably expecting to see their names listed as backup executors or something that confirmed their scheme was still on track. Liam went pale first. The paper actually shook in his hands. Then my daughters started reading their copies, and the screaming began. They yelled over each other, demanding to know what I'd done, accusing each other of screwing up the plan somehow, then turning on me. I let them finish. Then I said, "You were all so worried about what you'd get after I died. I thought I'd relieve you of the burden." They left in a rage. My oldest daughter threw her envelope at me before storming out. My youngest just kept screaming that I was a selfish old man who'd lost his mind. Liam didn't say anything at all. He just stared at me with this look I'd never seen before, somewhere between shock and hatred, then walked out behind them. The door slammed so hard it rattled the pictures on the wall. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't heard from any of them since. No calls, no texts, no angry voicemails, nothing. It's like they've erased me from their lives completely, which is almost funny, considering they were the ones trying to erase me first. They just wanted to wait until I was dead to do it. Does it hurt? Yes. I won't pretend it doesn't. These are my daughters. I changed their diapers, taught them to ride bikes, walked them down the aisle at their weddings. And my grandson, I was there the day he was born, I held him when he was 10 minutes old. You don't just stop loving people because they betray you. The love doesn't switch off like a light. It just sits there in your chest, aching. But do I feel guilty about what I did? Not even a little bit.
I've had a lot of time to think these past few weeks. I sold the house, so I'm renting a small apartment now. It's quiet. Too quiet, sometimes. I sit here and think about my wife and what she would say about all this. Part of me thinks she'd be heartbroken. She always believed family was everything, that you forgive and move forward no matter what. But another part of me thinks she'd understand. She saw how our daughters treated us toward the end. She heard the arguments about money, the passive-aggressive comments about who'd get what. She just never said much about it because she didn't want to cause more problems. The organizations I donated to have been incredible. The farming nonprofit sent me a letter last week thanking me and telling me about a young couple who'll be able to start their own operation because of the land. The Children's Hospital called to say they're naming a playroom after my wife. That meant more to me than anything my family ever said. I think about whether they'll ever reach out, whether Liam will show up one day with an apology, or if my daughters will eventually cool down and try to reconcile. I don't know what I'd say if they did. The trust is gone. You can't unhear the things I heard. You can't unknow that the people you loved most saw you as nothing but a payday. Some days I wonder if I went too far, if I should have confronted them first, given them a chance to explain or apologize before I burned everything down. But then I remember that they had months to come clean. Months where Liam sat on my porch and lied to my face. Months where my daughters pretended to care while secretly counting my money. They made their choice. I just made sure there were consequences for it. I'm not sure if what I did was right or wrong. Maybe it was both. Maybe it was neither. All I know is that I'd rather spend my final years alone and honest than surrounded by people who are just waiting for me to die. Suddenly, they remembered I exist. I'm a 74-year-old grandfather, and for most of my life I thought my family loved me. I raised 2 sons, Michael, 48, and David, 45, in a small 3-bedroom house on the edge of town. Nothing fancy. I worked at Jimmy's Auto Repair for 42 years, came home greasy every night, but the bills got paid. My wife Eleanor handled everything else. She made that house a home. When Eleanor died 3 years ago, everything changed. The funeral was packed. Both my sons showed up with their families, tears in their eyes, promising they'd visit more. Michael told me they'd take care of me. David nodded along and said I wouldn't be alone. That lasted about 6 weeks. After that, the calls stopped. Birthdays came and went, with maybe a text message if I was lucky. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, there was always an excuse. The in-laws, the kids' schedules, work commitments. They never actually showed up. I'd call them sometimes, leave voicemails just checking in. Most of the time, no response. When they did answer, it was always the same. Busy with work, busy with the kids, busy with life. 5-minute conversations that felt like pulling teeth. Months turned into a year, then 2. My phone collected dust except for telemarketers and doctors' offices. Then, 7 months ago, I had the heart attack. I was in my garage, trying to fix Mrs. Henderson's lawnmower for free like I always did for the neighbors, when the pain hit. Felt like someone drove a spike through my chest. I managed to crawl inside and dial 911 before everything went black. Woke up 2 days later in the hospital with tubes everywhere. A nurse told me I'd been lucky. Another 10 minutes and I wouldn't have made it. My sons showed up within hours of me waking up. Both of them. I hadn't seen them in person in over a year, and suddenly there they were, standing at the foot of my hospital bed looking concerned. Michael said I'd scared them. David asked why I hadn't told them my heart was bad. I hadn't told them because I didn't know.
and because they never asked how I was doing anyway. But I was too tired to be bitter right then. I was just glad to see them. For 3 days they visited, brought flowers, sat with me, asked about my recovery plan. I thought maybe Eleanor's death and my brush with death had finally woken them up. Maybe this was the turning point. It was a turning point, just not the one I hoped for. About a week after I got home from the hospital, Michael called. Not to check how I was feeling, to ask about the house. He said it was a lot of maintenance and maybe it was time to think about selling. He and David could help me manage the money. That word, money. 2 days later, David called asking if I'd updated my life insurance recently. Said his friend mentioned that old policies don't always pay out what you'd expect. The next week, both of them came over together, brought lunch, sat me down at the kitchen table like we were having some family meeting. They said they didn't really know my financial situation, my will, my wishes. They needed to know these things so they could help if something happened. I looked at them both, really looked at them. They weren't making eye contact with me. They were glancing around the house, at Eleanor's antique cabinet, at the grandfather clock, at the walls like they were appraising square footage. That's when I understood. They didn't come back because they loved me. They came back because they thought I was dying, and they wanted to make sure they got their piece. I played dumb, told them I hadn't really thought about updating my will, that it was probably old and needed work. Michael said he knew a lawyer, estate planning guy named Richard, really good. He could set up a meeting. I told them sure, that would be helpful. They smiled, relieved. I smiled back. But inside, I was done. Richard showed up at my house the following week. Mid-40s, expensive suit, leather briefcase. He sat in my living room, pulling out papers and talking about estate optimization and asset distribution strategies. My sons sat on either side of him, nodding along like students in a lecture. Richard explained how the house was likely my biggest asset, probably worth $400,000 in the current market, maybe more. He talked about maximizing life insurance and properly allocating my savings to beneficiaries. Then he slid a blank information sheet across the coffee table. Wanted me to fill out my current assets so they could start drafting options. I looked at that paper, looked at my sons. Michael was leaning forward, eager. David was trying to look casual, but his leg was bouncing. I picked up the paper and told them I needed my reading glasses. Went to my bedroom and didn't come back for 20 minutes. When I finally returned, I said I was tired, that we'd have to do this another day. Richard looked annoyed but packed up. My sons exchanged glances but didn't push. After they left, I sat in Eleanor's chair and cried. Not because I was surprised, because I'd hoped I was wrong. The next morning I called Sarah, Eleanor's niece, 39 years old, lives about 20 minutes away with her daughter Emma, who just turned 7. Sarah had been coming by since Eleanor died. Every week, sometimes twice a week. She'd bring groceries, help with yard work, sit with me and listen to my stories about her aunt. She never asked for anything, never made me feel like a burden. On the anniversary of Eleanor's death, Sarah showed up with flowers and sat with me for 4 hours while I cried. Emma made me a card with crayons. It's still on my fridge. I asked Sarah if she could take me somewhere. Wouldn't tell her where. She picked me up that afternoon and drove me to a law office downtown. Not Richard's. A woman named Patricia Chen, who'd been recommended by my old boss from the shop. Sarah waited in the lobby with Emma while I met with Patricia for 2 hours. I told her everything. About Eleanor, about my sons disappearing, about the heart attack and their sudden interest, about Richard and his papers. Patricia said she'd seen it before, more times than people would think. She asked me what I wanted to do. I told her, all of it. She drafted everything that day. New will, new power of attorney, new beneficiaries on my life insurance. My house, my savings, my truck, Eleanor's jewelry, everything going to Sarah and Emma. For my sons, nothing. Not even the watch my father gave me that Michael used to ask about. Patricia had me sign everything, got it notarized, filed it properly. She told me it was airtight. If my sons tried to contest it, they'd lose, especially with the documentation of their absence and sudden reappearance. Sarah drove me home and didn't ask what I'd done. That evening, she called and told me I didn't have to do whatever I did today, that she came to see me because she loved me, because Eleanor would have wanted her to, not for anything else. I told her I knew. That's exactly why I did it. Meanwhile, my sons kept circling. Michael started calling weekly, just checking in, always steering the conversation back to my health, my plans, my situation. David would text every few days with articles about retirement communities and senior living options. They came over for my birthday last month. First time they'd shown up for it in 3 years. Brought a cake. Sang. Took photos. Posted them on Facebook with captions about family time with Dad. It would have been touching if I didn't know what it really was. A performance. Evidence they could point to later. After we ate cake, Michael brought it up again. Said we really should finalize that estate planning stuff. Richard was still available. They didn't want to wait until there was an emergency. I looked at him, at David, both of them watching me with fake smiles and real calculation in their eyes. I told them I'd actually taken care of it already. The room went quiet. David asked what I meant. I said I'd met with a lawyer, got everything sorted out, will, insurance, all of it, done. Michael's smile flickered. He asked if I meant Richard. I said no, someone else. David stood up and asked why I'd go to some random lawyer when they were trying to help. I told him the lawyer didn't seem random to me, seemed professional. Michael's face turned red, said they needed to know what I did. What if I got bad advice? What if someone took advantage of me? I just smiled and told them everything was legal and proper, that they'd be informed when the time comes. They tried for another hour to get details out of me. Who was the lawyer? What did the will say? Who were the beneficiaries? I didn't answer a single question. When they finally left, I heard them arguing in the driveway. Their voices carried through the window. One of them said I'd cut them out. He knew I did. The other said maybe I was just being stubborn. Their cars eventually pulled away. I sat in Eleanor's chair and felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've gotten exactly 2 calls from my sons. Both times they tried to sound casual, asking if I'd thought any more about the estate planning situation. I told them it was handled and hung up. Last week, Sarah brought Emma over, and we planted flowers in Eleanor's garden. Emma insisted on putting them exactly where Great-Aunt Eleanor would have wanted them. This 7-year-old kid knew more about my wife's garden than my own sons ever did. Afterward, we had lunch. Emma told me about school. Sarah told me about her job at the library. Normal things. Family things. That's when it hit me. This was what family was supposed to feel like. Not visits that felt like transactions. Not conversations with ulterior motives. Just people who showed up because they cared. I'm not naive. I know what happens when I die. My sons will find out about the will. There'll be anger. Maybe they'll try to fight it, even though Patricia assured me they'd lose. They'll probably tell people I was senile or manipulated. They'll paint Sarah as some kind of gold digger who took advantage of their poor old father. But here's what they won't be able to explain. Where were they for 3 years? Where were they on all those birthdays and holidays? Where were they when I was eating dinner alone every night, talking to an empty chair because I missed my wife so much? They can't explain that. Any judge would see through it in about 5 minutes. My sons made their choice. They chose to disappear until there was something to gain. Now they get to live with the consequences. They sold my wedding ring, so I sold the house. I'm a 78-year-old grandmother, and I need to tell you what my son did to me. My son David is 52 now, and I spent most of my life supporting him after his father died when David was just 12 years old. I worked double shifts at the hospital as a nurse's aide, skipped meals so he could have seconds, gave him everything I could scrape together on my paycheck. I put him through community college. I helped with his wedding. I babysat his daughter Madison for free while he and his wife Karen built their careers. I gave and gave and gave because that's what mothers do, right? When I turned 76, my health started going downhill. My knees got bad from all those years on hospital floors. My heart started acting up. Simple things like grocery shopping or cleaning my house became difficult. David noticed I was struggling and insisted I move in with him, Karen, and their daughter Madison, who's 23 now. He made it sound so loving and concerned. He said I shouldn't be alone anymore, that they had plenty of space, that it was time for him to take care of me the way I took care of him. I actually cried when he said that. I thought my son was finally showing me that all those years of sacrifice meant something to him. So I moved out of my house, the 3-bedroom place my husband and I bought back in 1975. David said the house was too much for me to handle and offered to take care of everything regarding the property. He brought me some papers to sign, something about property management and power of attorney. I signed them without really reading through all the legal language because I trusted him. He was my son. Why would I question him? The first few months living with them seemed fine. They gave me the guest room on the first floor so I wouldn't have to deal with stairs. Karen made me tea most mornings. Madison would sit with me sometimes and show me things on her phone, though I never understood half of what she was talking about. I felt grateful. I felt like maybe this was how things were supposed to be in your old age, surrounded by family. Then about 4 months after I moved in, my husband's wedding ring disappeared. It was just a simple gold band, nothing fancy or expensive, but it was the last piece of him I had left. I kept it in a small jewelry box on my dresser in my room, right next to my own wedding ring. Some mornings I'd take it out and just hold it for a few minutes, remembering what it felt like when he'd squeeze my hand. One morning I opened that jewelry box and the ring was gone. Just gone. I asked David about it that evening at dinner. He barely looked up from his plate and said he hadn't seen it, then added that I'd been forgetting things lately and probably misplaced it myself. Karen nodded along and suggested maybe it fell behind the dresser. I didn't argue with them. I just nodded and went back to my room, but something felt wrong in my gut. 2 weeks later, I was coming back from the bathroom when I heard Madison on her phone in the hallway. She was laughing and talking to a friend. I heard her say clear as day that Grandpa's ring paid for her new phone and she still had money left over. She said her dad knew a guy who gave them a good price for the gold. I stood there in my nightgown with my hand on the wall to keep from falling over. That's when I realized what kind of situation I was actually in. I didn't confront them. I knew if I did, they'd just gaslight me more, tell me I misheard, or that I was confused. So I went back to my room, closed the door quietly, and cried into my pillow so no one would hear. But by the next morning, I'd made a decision. I wasn't going to be their victim anymore. I called my lawyer, Robert, the same one who'd handled my husband's estate 20 years ago. I told him I needed him to look into my house on Maple Street, the one I'd signed over management to David. I wanted to know exactly what was happening with it. Robert called me back 3 days later. I could hear the anger in his voice even though he was trying to stay professional. He told me David had been renting out my property for the past 4 months to a couple with 2 kids. David was collecting $2,200 a month from them. Robert explained that the house was still legally in my name and that David only had power of attorney for management decisions, not ownership. That rent money should have been coming to me, or at least going into an account for my care. I asked him how much David had collected total. Robert said nearly $9,000 so far. $9,000 that should have paid for my medications, my doctor visits, my basic needs. Instead, it went straight into David's pocket while he acted like housing me was some huge charitable burden. But here's the thing. I didn't feel rage right then. I felt something cold and clear settle over me instead. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I told Robert I wanted to sell the house. He asked if I was sure, said it was my home and all my memories were there. I told him my memories died when they sold my husband's ring. I wanted the house sold, and I didn't want David to know anything until the tenants got their notice. So we moved forward quietly. I played dumb at home. I apologized to David for being forgetful about the ring, and watched him smile and pat my hand like I was a senile old woman he had to humor. Karen kept bringing me tea. Madison actually showed me her new phone one day, the one bought with my husband's wedding ring, and I smiled and told her it was very nice. Inside, I was counting down the days. The tenants got the notice on a Tuesday morning that the owner was selling the property. By Tuesday afternoon, David came flying into the driveway. He stormed into my room without knocking, his face bright red, waving a piece of paper. He started yelling about, what the hell was I doing? The tenants just called him. They're being evicted because I'm selling the house. I looked up from my book and told him yes, I was selling my house. He said I couldn't do that. He'd been managing it. He'd been taking care of everything. I asked him if taking care of everything meant stealing $9,000 in rent money from his elderly mother. His face went completely white. Karen came running to the doorway. Then I asked him where my husband's wedding ring was. I told him I'd heard Madison bragging about it to her friend, so we could stop pretending now. He tried to stammer out some excuse, but I cut him off. The screaming went on for hours after that. David begged. Karen cried and said they were going to use that money for my care eventually. They were just waiting for the right time. Madison locked herself in her room. David kept saying they needed the money. They had bills. I was being unfair after everything they'd done for me. I told him he'd already taken the most valuable thing I had, so now I was just returning the favor. The house sold within 6 weeks. It was in a decent neighborhood and the market was good, so I got a fair price for it. Robert made sure every single cent went directly into my personal account where no one else could touch it. David tried calling him multiple times to contest the sale, but there was nothing he could do. The house was mine, always had been, and I had every right to sell it. I donated a large portion of the money to a charity that helps struggling widows, women like me who gave everything to their families and got left with nothing. The rest I used to buy myself a small apartment by the sea, about 2 hours away from David's place. It's just 1 bedroom with a little balcony where I can watch the sunset. There's a senior community center nearby where people actually treat me like a person instead of an inconvenience or a checkbook. I moved out on a Wednesday, while David and Karen were both at work. I hired movers for my few belongings and left a note on the kitchen table. All it said was that I'd gone somewhere I was valued, and not to contact me unless they were ready to return what they'd stolen. I didn't say goodbye to any of them in person because I knew they'd try to manipulate me into staying. That was 3 months ago now. David still calls me regularly. I can tell from his voicemails that he usually wants money. He leaves messages saying they're struggling, asking how I could abandon my family like this, reminding me that I'm his mother and I owe him. Sometimes Karen calls instead and tries the softer approach. She says they miss me, and they made mistakes, and can't we just work this out like adults? Madison sent me a few texts at first, but those stopped after I didn't respond. I let the phone ring every single time. I don't even listen to most of the voicemails anymore. I just delete them. I've made actual friends here at the community center. There's a woman named Dorothy who plays cards with me every Thursday. We drink coffee and talk about our grandkids, though I don't mention that mine helped steal from me. There's a man named Frank who lost his wife the same year I lost my husband. Sometimes we sit on the pier together, not really talking, just keeping each other company in our grief. It's peaceful in a way I haven't felt in years. I finally learned what I should have known decades ago. Family isn't about who shares your blood. It's about who protects your heart. It's about who would never even think about selling your most precious memories for something as stupid as a phone. My husband's wedding ring is gone forever. I'll never get it back, and that still hurts when I think about it too much. But at least now I have something I didn't have before. I have my dignity back. I have my independence. I have peace and quiet and people around me who see me as a human being worth respecting.
Some days I wonder if I should feel guilty about cutting them off so completely.
David is still my son no matter what he did. But then I remember standing in that hallway, hearing Madison laugh about selling her grandfather's ring. I remember 4 months of lies and fake concern while they bled me dry. And honestly, I sleep better now than I have in years.
They thought I was too old to understand money.
I, 82 years old, have been dealing with my grandson Mark, 29, and my daughter Linda, 56, who recently decided I was too senile to manage my own finances. Let me tell you a secret. Just because my hands shake a little doesn't mean my brain does. I'm old, not stupid. About 6 months ago, Mark showed up at my house with this concerned look on his face. Started talking about how I needed help, how managing money at my age was stressful, how he wanted to make sure I was protected. Linda was right there with him, nodding along, saying it was all about keeping me safe. They made it sound like they were doing me this huge favor. Mark brought papers, said it was for medical security, in case something happened and I needed someone to handle things quickly. The way they explained it, it sounded reasonable. I'd have access to everything, but Mark would be added to the account so he could help if I got sick or confused. I trusted them. Mark was always the favorite grandchild, the one who visited more than the others, who called to check in. So I signed. My late husband built this house with his bare hands 50 years ago. Every room has a story. Every corner is a memory of him. I've lived here alone since he passed, and I've been fine. But apparently that wasn't good enough for them anymore. Things started changing pretty quickly after I signed those papers. Mark showed up one day in a brand new car. When I asked about it, he just shrugged and said he'd been saving up. A few weeks later, Linda mentioned these amazing spa weekends she'd been taking. Expensive ones. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe they were doing well for themselves. But then I wanted to buy a new armchair. Mine was falling apart and I went to make the purchase. Linda questioned me about it. Did I really need it? Wasn't the old one fine? I'm sitting there thinking, it's my money. Why am I being interrogated about an armchair? When I tried to check my account balance online, I couldn't get in. The password had been changed. I asked Mark about it. He told me not to worry, that he was handling everything, that I didn't need to stress about finances anymore. When I asked to see the bank statements, he said they were in the mail. They never came. Every time I brought it up, there was an excuse. Linda started visiting less. When she did come by, she seemed distracted, almost guilty. I started feeling like a stranger in my own home. Then one afternoon, Mark was in my kitchen on his phone. I was coming back from the bathroom when I heard him laughing. I stopped in the hallway, and that's when I heard it. He said it so casually, like he was discussing the weather. She'll be dead soon anyway. I'll get the rest once we sell the house. I stood there, frozen. He kept talking, something about contractors and listing prices. Linda was there too, in the background. I heard her voice agreeing with him, talking about finally getting what they were owed. I went to my bedroom and cried, looked at the photos of my husband on the dresser, at the walls he built with his own hands. They were talking about this place like it was already theirs, like I was already gone. That night I lay awake staring at the ceiling, and I made a decision. They thought I was helpless. They were wrong. The next morning I made breakfast like nothing had happened. Mark stopped by to check on me, which really meant check on his investment. He mentioned something about needing to do repairs on the house soon. I just smiled and nodded. Inside, I was planning. I have a friend from church, Margaret, who used to work as a paralegal. I called her that afternoon and explained everything. She gave me the name of an estate lawyer who specializes in elder financial abuse. That's apparently what this was called. I made an appointment for 3 days later and didn't tell anyone. Before the meeting, I went through every drawer and folder I could find. Mark had organized all my paperwork into his own system, which made it easier to gather what I needed. I found copies of the account transfer documents, bank statements he'd printed out months ago. Everything. The lawyer's office was in town. I drove myself there, which felt like a small rebellion. The attorney looked over everything I brought and got quiet. Then she explained that the way Mark had presented those papers to me, the things he'd told me versus what I actually signed, that constituted misrepresentation. She said I could absolutely reclaim full control of my accounts. She also said what he'd been doing was financial exploitation of an elderly person. We filed the paperwork that same week, but I didn't stop there. I had her draw up a completely new will. The house would go to a veterans charity in my husband's name. He would have loved that. The remaining savings would be split between organizations that actually help elderly people, not people who steal from them. Everything was done quietly, efficiently. Mark tried to make a withdrawal 2 weeks later and got denied. He called me immediately, confused and angry. I told him I was taking back control of my finances. He showed up at my house within an hour. Linda was with him. They wanted an explanation. I gave them one. I told them I'd heard that phone call. The one about selling my house when I'm dead. About getting the rest of the money. Linda tried to backtrack immediately. She said I misunderstood, that I'd taken things out of context. Mark got aggressive, started saying I'd signed those papers legally, that I couldn't just change my mind. That's when I told them my lawyer had explained everything about misrepresentation. Then I told them about the will. Mark's face went completely white. He asked me what I'd done. I explained it calmly. The house was going to the veterans charity. The savings were going to elderly care organizations, people who actually needed help. He lost it, started screaming about his inheritance, about how I was ruining their future. Linda was crying, asking how I could give away her father's house to strangers. I just looked at them and said they were the strangers, that they'd treated me like an ATM and counted down the days until I died. Mark called me a selfish old hag, said I was destroying their lives. Linda kept crying, trying to guilt me by bringing up my husband, as if she had any right to use his memory against me. I smiled at them, told them it was funny how they only valued me when they thought they could inherit me. They left. Mark slammed the door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. I picked it up, sat down in my falling-apart armchair, and felt the weight lift off my shoulders for the first time in months. The next few weeks were quiet. No calls from Mark or Linda. Some of my other relatives started reaching out, confused about what had happened. I told the ones who asked the truth. Some of them understood immediately. Others stayed neutral, probably not wanting to pick sides. A few stopped talking to me entirely. Linda started telling people I was losing it, that I was being manipulated by my lawyer, that I wasn't thinking clearly. Mark posted something vague on social media about ungrateful elderly parents. I didn't have Facebook, but my niece showed me. I didn't care. The people who actually knew me, who'd seen how sharp I still was, they rallied around me. And the representatives from the veterans charity came to visit. They were kind, genuinely grateful. That meant more than anything Mark or Linda could say. About a month after everything exploded, Linda showed up with a different lawyer. She tried to claim I had dementia, that I wasn't competent to make these decisions. My lawyer shut that down fast with my medical records and a documented timeline of everything that had happened. Mark sent me a few angry texts after that,
then blocked my number completely. One of my neighbors mentioned he'd driven by the house late one night, just slowly cruising past. That made me uneasy for a bit, but nothing came of it. I used some of the money I'd reclaimed to redecorate the guest room, something I'd wanted to do for years but Linda always said was wasteful. Volunteers from the Veterans Charity started visiting regularly, and I'd tell them stories about my husband. They actually listened, actually cared. I reconnected with old friends I'd been too managed to see properly. In spring, I planted a garden. Linda had always said it was too much work for me. I managed just fine. Now, 6 months later, Mark and Linda are completely absent from my life. The house feels like home again instead of a future real estate transaction. My hands still shake when I hold my coffee cup, but I'm managing everything myself. The charity representatives check on me regularly, and it's nice having people around who see me as a person instead of a bank account. I sit on the porch my husband built most evenings, watch the sunset without someone mentally calculating property values. Peace really is the best revenge I've ever tasted. I don't regret my decision, not even a little. My husband would be proud that his house will help veterans. That's his real legacy. I heard through a cousin that Mark lost his new car. Couldn't make the payments, apparently. Linda's struggling financially, too. She'd been counting on that inheritance to solve all her problems. Sometimes I wonder if they'll ever apologize, or if they'll just stay away forever. Other family members are starting to understand what really happened, now that the dust has settled. Linda's birthday is next month. I wonder if she'll reach out, or if that bridge is completely burned. Last week, I got a letter. The return address was Linda's, but the handwriting looked like Mark's. It's been sitting on my kitchen table for 5 days now, unopened. Part of me wants to know what it says. Part of me thinks some doors should stay closed. But either way, I'm not that helpless old woman they thought they could manipulate anymore. Whatever's in that envelope, I'll handle it on my own terms. They sold my wedding ring, so I sold the house out from under them. I'm a 79-year-old grandmother, and I've lived long enough to know betrayal can come wearing your own last name. After my husband died, I moved in with my daughter Rebecca and her husband Mark. She's 48, he's 52, and they'd been so insistent about it at the funeral. Said they couldn't bear the thought of me alone in that big house with all those memories. I thought it would be nice. Family dinners, someone to talk to in the evenings, maybe help with the grandkids when they visited. But within 2 months, I realized I wasn't a guest. I was a burden they were tolerating for my pension check and savings account. The shift happened gradually, then all at once. First few weeks were fine, or seemed fine. But then Rebecca started making comments about how I should contribute to groceries, since I ate there too. Fair enough, I thought. Then it was asking me to do the dinner dishes, since I was home anyway. Then full meal prep because you're such a good cook, Mom, and we're so busy with work. By month 2, I was doing most of the housework and handing over half my pension for household expenses, while they went out to dinners I wasn't invited to. About 2 months in, Rebecca suggested I let them keep my jewelry and valuables in their safe. Made it sound so reasonable. At my age, I might misplace things, and their safe was fireproof and secure. She'd always been good at making things sound practical when she wanted something. I handed over the jewelry box with my late husband's wedding ring, my grandmother's brooch, a few other pieces that mattered. Felt a twist in my gut doing it, but I pushed it down. They're family. You're supposed to trust family.
3 months after moving in, I asked to see the jewelry box. I just wanted to hold my husband's ring for a bit. We would have been married 54 years that week. Rebecca's whole face went tight.
Started making excuses about how Mark had changed the safe combination and wasn't home. Maybe tomorrow she'd have to check. The next evening I asked again. She finally brought the box up, set it on my bed with this smile that was way too wide, too bright. The kind of smile people use when they're lying and hoping you won't notice. I opened it, and my husband's ring was gone. Just gone. The indent in the velvet where it always sat was empty. I looked up at her and asked where it was. She kept that smile plastered on and said she'd look for it. Maybe it fell out. Maybe it was still in the safe. That fake reassurance in her voice made my stomach drop. I knew. Right then, I knew something was very wrong. The next day I heard them arguing in the kitchen. I'd come downstairs for water and heard my name. Stood in the hallway and caught pieces of it. Something about the car payment being late. Mark saying I didn't need to know. Rebecca snapping back that it was technically their inheritance anyway, so what did it matter? I went back upstairs, feeling like I might be sick. Spent that afternoon calling pawn shops. Not something I ever thought I'd do, but I watch a lot of those true crime shows, and knew things like that end up in pawn shops. Third place I called, the guy said yeah, they'd bought a vintage gold band about 3 weeks ago from a woman with brown hair. Description matched Rebecca perfectly. When I asked how much they paid, he told me. It was almost exactly what a down payment on a decent used car would be. That night I cried like I hadn't since the funeral. Sat on the bed in what was supposed to be my room in their house and sobbed. Not just about the ring, though that hurt enough. My husband wore that ring for 53 years. But it was the realization that they'd been planning this, that they looked at me and saw dollar signs, saw an inheritance they wanted to start collecting early. I felt so stupid for trusting them, for thinking my own daughter wouldn't steal from me. But somewhere around 2 a.m., I stopped crying, just stopped. Sat there in the dark and felt something shift. I started thinking clearly for the first time in months. They'd made a mistake. A big one, because the house we were all living in, still in my name. They'd been pestering me to sign it over, talking about estate planning and making things easier, but I'd kept putting it off. Thank God for procrastination. By the time the sun came up, I wasn't sad anymore. I was planning. The morning after I found out about the ring, I sat at the kitchen table with my coffee and took stock of my actual situation. The house was in my name. They'd been pushing me to transfer it for months, but I'd kept delaying. My savings account was still separate. My pension came to me directly. I wasn't nearly as powerless as they'd made me feel. I'd just forgotten I had options because they'd spent months making me feel like I had none. That week, while they were both at work, I lived on my laptop. Looked up real estate agents in the area, retirement communities, estate lawyers, made phone calls from my room with my door closed and my voice low. Found an agent who specialized in quick sales and was willing to be discreet about it. Told her my situation. Not all of it, but enough. She understood. Even helped me tour 3 retirement communities on days I told Rebecca I had doctor's appointments. The third place I saw felt right. Clean, safe, with actual activities and people who chose to be there. Had a small 1-bedroom unit available immediately. The director was kind, didn't ask too many questions about why a woman my age was looking to move so quickly. I think she'd seen this before. I put down a deposit that day. 2 weeks after finding out about the ring, I listed the house. The agent showed it while Rebecca and Mark were at work. I'd leave for my appointments and she'd bring potential buyers through. Priced it to move fast, below market value but not suspiciously low.
Got a cash offer within 5 days from a young couple expecting their first baby. They seemed nice. I signed the papers at my lawyer's office during another fake doctor's appointment. Rebecca never questioned any of it. She hadn't been to a single real appointment with me in months, so why would she start caring now? What really got me was about a week before closing, Rebecca started talking about renovating the kitchen next year. Mark chimed in about how when they owned the place, they'd finally have some real equity to work with. They talked about my house like I was already dead, like it was a done deal. I just smiled and nodded and said nothing. Inside, I felt absolutely nothing, just ice-cold calm. Closing day was a Wednesday. They both worked late on Wednesdays. I'd arranged for movers to come at noon. The retirement community had already accepted me. I'd paid 6 months up front from the house sale proceeds. The movers packed only my things. My clothes, my books, my photos, the furniture I'd brought from my old house. Left everything that was theirs, their bedroom set, their kitchen appliances, their living room couch. Took every photo album, though, every keepsake. My late husband's books, the jewelry box with the empty spot where his ring used to be. Before I left, I wrote one note and left it on the kitchen counter. Kept it simple. Said the house had been sold. Closing was yesterday. New owners would take possession in 30 days. I'd moved somewhere I was actually wanted. Don't contact me. Told them if they wanted to sell off my memories, they should have known I'd sell off their comfort. Signed it, Mom. By 4 p.m. I was sitting in my new apartment. Small, clean, with a lock only I had the key to. I'd stopped by that pawn shop on the way and bought back my husband's ring with some of the house money. Sat in my new chair looking at it, feeling the weight of it in my palm. My phone started buzzing around 6 p.m. when they got home. I let it ring. First few calls were confused. Where was I? What was happening? Was this a joke? Then they got angry. Voicemails of Rebecca screaming about how I was a selfish bitch. How could I do this to them? They'd taken me in when no one else would. Mark left messages trying to sound reasonable, saying we could work this out. I was clearly not thinking straight. Then they got desperate. Rebecca crying about how she was my daughter. How could I throw that away? Mark talking about family and forgiveness and coming home. I listened to exactly 3 days of messages before I blocked both their numbers. Didn't respond to a single one. They never once apologized. Never acknowledged what they'd done. Just demanded and accused and tried to manipulate. Made it pretty easy to keep that block in place. About a week later, I got an email from a lawyer they'd hired. Said I was mentally incompetent to sell the house, that they were going to challenge the sale. My lawyer handled it. Had documentation from my doctor about my mental competency. Had the signed and notarized sale documents. Had everything buttoned up, perfectly legal. Their lawyer dropped it once he realized fighting would cost them more than they'd ever get back. The first month at the retirement community was quiet in a way I hadn't experienced in years. Good quiet, not lonely quiet. I made friends with another widow named Helen, who'd had her own issues with her son and his wife trying to access her accounts. We didn't talk about it much, but there was an understanding between us. Started going to book club on Tuesdays, water aerobics on Thursdays. Felt lighter than I had since before my husband died, honestly. About 6 weeks in, I took a large chunk of the money from the house sale and donated it to a local charity that helps widows and elder abuse victims. It felt right. Like I was turning what happened to me into protection for someone else. The charity director cried when I handed over the check. Said it would fund their operations for almost a year. Rebecca found out about it through a mutual friend, someone from church who'd seen the announcement in the charity newsletter. She sent one last message through Facebook before I blocked her there too. Called me vindictive and cruel for giving away her inheritance to strangers. Didn't mention the ring once. Didn't apologize. Just wanted to make sure I knew I'd hurt her by giving away money she thought belonged to her. It's been 4 months now since I moved out.
Some nights I lie awake and wonder if I was too harsh, if maybe I should have confronted them first, given them a chance to make it right. Then I remember standing in that pawn shop, buying back my own husband's wedding ring. Remember the way they talked about the house like I was already gone. Remember that they never once said sorry, only got angry that I'd had the audacity to protect myself. On those nights, I sleep just fine. My sister called about 3 weeks ago. She's the only family member I'm still in contact with. Said Rebecca had been calling her crying, wanting her to convince me to talk to her. Asked if I'd consider reconciliation. Said Rebecca seemed really sorry now. I told her maybe Rebecca should have thought about that before pawning my husband's ring for a car payment. My sister went quiet. Said she didn't know about that part. Rebecca had apparently told everyone I'd moved out because I was being unreasonable and controlling. Funny how that works. Honestly, I don't know if I'd ever speak to Rebecca again. Part of me is still that mother who wants to believe people can change, who wants to think my own daughter is capable of genuine remorse. But a bigger part remembers that smile when she lied to my face about the ring. Remembers months of being treated like a live-in maid who paid rent. You can't unknow that kind of thing about someone.
The retirement community has been everything I hoped it would be. There's a woman down the hall who teaches painting classes. Another resident who was a librarian for 40 years and organizes these great literary discussions. My apartment is small, but it's mine. Nobody asks me for money. Nobody makes me feel like I'm taking up space I don't deserve. I can't remember the last time I felt this peaceful. Last week, flowers showed up at the front desk addressed to me. No card, just a big arrangement of roses and lilies. The receptionist brought them up, and I knew immediately they were from Rebecca. She's the only person who'd send flowers without a card. Probably thought the gesture alone would be enough. They're sitting on my windowsill right now, half dead. I haven't watered them. Haven't thrown them out either. They're just there, wilting. Yesterday, the community director mentioned that Rebecca had called asking about visiting hours. Said a woman claiming to be my daughter wanted to know if she could stop by. The director told her she'd have to check with me first, ask if I was accepting visitors. I told her I'd think about it. That was 3 days ago, and I still haven't given an answer. Part of me wonders what Rebecca would even say, if she'd actually apologize, or if she'd just try to manipulate me into feeling guilty. If she'd acknowledge what she did, or if she'd find some way to make it my fault. I don't trust her anymore. Don't know if I ever could again. But she's still my daughter. That has to mean something, doesn't it? Then again, I was still her mother when she sold my husband's ring. That didn't seem to mean much to her. I've spent 4 months learning how to be just me again. Learning that I don't need to make myself smaller to fit into someone else's life. That I deserve to take up space and have things that are mine and not feel guilty about it.
I don't know if I'm ready to risk that peace for someone who's only reaching out now because she lost something she wanted. The flowers are completely dead now. I still haven't decided if that's a sign or just negligence.